Vastly, the perception of here-ness has been established to perceptionary reality. The rest remains in question. Good evening. Welcome, everybody. It is 5:35, and we are beginning the joint study session of City Council and the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. I'm calling this special meeting to order. And if you are in the audience and have not placed a parking permit on your dashboard, it looks like one of these. You'll find it at the base of the stairs on the door. And you just stick one of those in your dash, and then you don't have to worry about tickets.
Can I ask a question about that? Sorry. If you park not in the lot, but farther down, you don't need that? Or do you still need that? Do you know?
No, if you're not in the lot, you shouldn't need it. If you're in the diagonal parking
Way
down
out
yonder.
there, yeah.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Okay, thanks.
City Clerk, can we have a roll call of council members, please?
Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas will be joining via Zoom.
Sue Vaterlas joining by Zoom due to an emergency physical illness.
And Mayor Big Stick is present.
Yes, present. I was reading that, well, I thought she was supposed to describe for the record the general circumstances relating to her need to appear remotely.
So
She did that? Okay.
So for the remote participation of Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas, this will be participating remotely under AB 2449, and the mayor will describe that participation.
So under AB 2449, you're required to identify whether any individuals 18 years of age are present in the room at the remote location that you are calling from, and identifying the general nature of the relationship that you have with any individuals that are physically present in your location.
Yes, my husband Brent Vaterlas and my son Ryan Vaterlas are currently in the room.
And Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas, are you able to go on video at this time?
Let me check. Yes.
There she is.
There's part of her.
I see you're enjoying a nice hike in Maury Point. Very good. Appropriate.
So at this time, the council will need to approve Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas's participation remotely via roll call vote with a majority vote required to approve the participation remotely under AB 2449. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Bowles. This is to approve Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas's remote participation tonight.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowles voted yes. Councilmember Beer.
Of course, yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas.
Yes.
Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
And the motion to approve Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas's participation tonight remotely passes unanimously.
So I was supposed to say earlier that this joint study session between Council and Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee is to discuss committee survey results and consideration of revisions to OSPAC's authorizing resolution. City Clerk, can we have a roll call of OSPAC members, please?
For OSPAC members, OSPAC member Skaggs is not present. OSPAC member Nadasan is here. OSPAC member Goodmiller. OSPAC member Lancel.
Here.
OSPAC member McDermott.
Here. Oh, sorry.
OSPAC member Cardona.
Here.
OSPAC Vice Chair Arnos.
Here.
And OSPAC Chair Patton.
Here.
Okay, so we're all here, minus one member. And that member has arrived. Please join us. Your seat is awaiting for you at the dais. Okay, so if we could have a staff report, please. And welcome OSPAC to council.
And Mayor Bixtick, while Planning Director Murdoch is getting situated here, I can kick off the staff report and just say that welcome to OSPAC members into this joint study session. As everyone is aware, the City Council identified last year as a major council priority to undertake a review of each commission and committee, appointed commission and committee charters for the city. And last spring decided that the timeline to proceed would be over the course of this fiscal year. The Library Advisory Committee and OSPAC, the Open Space Parkland Advisory Committee, were the first two that we're addressing. The council deliberated about the LAC and updated their charter, and actually on the agenda tonight is appointment of new LAC members, incidentally. And so this is the second of the considerations of the committee and commission charters. I just wanted to introduce the context for that and look forward to the discussion.
While we're getting situated, a reminder to those at home, if you wish to make public comment and you are joining us by phone, please dial 1-669-900-6833 to call in. Webinar ID 811-5615-8241. Press star 9 to raise your hand to request to speak, and you'll press star 6 to unmute when called upon by the last 4 digits of your number. We'll put that information up later.
Apologize, we're trying to figure out dual screen sharing so that Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas remains visible on the screen. So we will figure that out and then proceed.
I do see her in the little window down there at the corner, or at least I did a moment ago.
And she's back.
And she's back.
But every time they move it forward, she's going to go behind it. It's good.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you able to see the presentation from where you are?
You know what? I can see you guys on TV.
Can you see the presentation? There's a slide up in front of us.
Yes, on TV.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and OSPAC members. I'm Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I'm delivering the staff report tonight on this study session item, given that the Planning Department provides staff support to the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. As City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, and the Mayor as well, we're here tonight to consider, as part of the study session, revisions to the OSPAC's authorizing resolution, as well as discussion of the OSPAC member surveys that were conducted. This item, as mentioned, is prioritized in the City Council's fiscal year 2022-2023 work plan. which included a review of all commission and committee charters, beginning with OSPAC. Briefly on the study session format, it's intended for a study of specific issues. It's a less formal setting to enable open dialogue and public comment, also to receive input from City Council and OSPAC members this evening, and to provide direction to staff on next steps and items for future study or follow-up. By way of background, the OSPAC's current charter, the OSPAC was formed by City Council action in 2013. It combined two prior committees touching on various open space issues, including the Open Space Advisory Committee and the Golden Gate National Recreation Area Advisory Committee. The current charter under which OSPAC operates was adopted by resolution by City Council in 2015. It carried forward many of those prior work plan items from the 2013 authorizing resolution, with the addition of a new requirement that the OSPAC make an opportunity available to advise applicants on properties listed in the Open Space Task Force report. And it specifies that the Open Space Task Force report should remain the basic reference for the OSPAC. So it's been operating under these guiding principles, which include recommending to City Council issues related to National Park Service as they relate to areas within the GGNRA or Golden Gate National Recreation Area, and issues related to the transfer of ownership of Cattle Hill and the Pedro Point Headlands to the National Park Service, and then issues related to access and operation of the San Mateo County parks within the city of Pacifica, including San Pedro Valley County Park and Devil's Slide Trail County Park located just outside of the city limits, and then touching on ways that these areas contribute to the economy of the city. The Open Space Task Force report, as referenced in the 2015 authorizing resolution for OSPAC, was published in 1988 and updated in 2000. It included 34 primary recommendations to City Council and I think 13 others specific to creek-related issues. Some of those recommendations have been implemented and others have not been pursued recently. One of the key components of the Open Space Task Force report as it relates to tonight's discussion is the identification of 50 parcels with unique open space value as assessed back at the time of adoption of the Open Space Task Force report in 1988. And of note, among the recommendations in the Open Space Task Force report as they relate to development review and other related issues, the report recognized the Planning Commission's role in the development review process, as well as recommendations to City Council on general plan, policies, and zoning actions. The OSPAC's requested charter updates primarily relate to issues related to the development review process. The OSPAC took action at its last regular meeting to adopt a draft resolution for transmittal to City Council, which would include a requirement for applicants to present to OSPAC as a condition of application completeness. It would expand OSPAC's charter to require those presentations for project sites that are vacant sites in the Hillside Preservation District or HPD overlay, which is a zoning overlay in the city's zoning map, as well as vacant parcels adjacent to existing parklands or with existing and proposed trails. That would be an expansion of just the 50 sites identified in the Open Space Task Force report as the current resolution authorizes. And it would provide that recommendations and comments from the OSPAC would be incorporated into the Planning Department's staff report to the Planning Commission on the project proposal. The second component, in addition to OSPAC's authorizing resolution or charter, is a member survey of the OSPAC related to their feelings and perceptions about their service on the committee. The questions included in the surveys were established by the City Council Ad Hoc Subcommittee for this matter. And it included two surveys, what I'm calling a collective survey or a group survey of all of the OSPAC members, which was discussed in a group setting on July 19th. And then an individual survey, which was completed privately online by the OSPAC members, which I'll talk about on the subsequent slide. The collective survey included 7 questions addressing OSPAC's work, and 8 of the OSPAC's 9 members were present for the discussion. Common themes, with more detail provided in the attachment to the staff report, included the members' beliefs that the OSPAC provides an important community engagement function, that the OSPAC can facilitate funding for open space stewardship and transfers to other management agencies for long-term open space management, that the Open Space Task Force report may be due for an update,
and that OSPAC's charter should be expanded to provide a formal role in the development project review process. Shifting to the individual survey, it was available online for individual OSPAC members to complete for about a month prior to tonight's joint study session. 6 of the 9 OSPAC members responded to the individual survey. Common themes from those survey results included OSPAC members expressing overall satisfaction with their work and with their initial training upon joining the committee. There were perceptions that meetings could be run in a way that would increase participation and collaboration among members. There were responses indicating online participation options could expand public involvement or participation, and that OSPAC should have an expanded charter, such as to provide a formal role in the development project review process and to ensure alignment with established City Council priorities. Staff thoughtfully and carefully considered OSPAC's request in preparing the staff report and staff recommendations attached to the agenda. In summary, OSPAC's request in the draft resolution transmitted to City Council covered 5 topic areas. The first included policy statements and clarifications, such as the importance of equity as an open space consideration and the importance of the OSPAC's role as a community forum for discussion and consideration of open space issues. It included an expansion of the OSPAC's purview to advise on open space matters for lands owned by an additional public agency, the California Coastal Conservancy. I think there may be some confusion related to number 2. Specifically, as interpreted by staff, the request related to adding that to the list of National Park Service and County of San Mateo parklands that they would have a general advisory capacity in relation to, not specifically to add the parcels owned by the Coastal Conservancy to the Open Space Task Force report. So staff's misinterpreted that. Certainly the committee can clarify this evening, but I did want to set that staff interpretation straight for the record. Related to number 3, creation of a coordination role for the OSPAC with other city committees and the Pacifica Land Trust, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization related to open space acquisition and management issues in Pacifica. 4th recommendation, authorization of the OSPAC to consider funding sources related to open space. And the 5th, the expansion of OSPAC's role in the development review process, including the types of properties subject to its review, which I've explained on preceding slides. The staff is generally supportive of OSPAC's requests in relation to numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and believes they generally align with the recommendations in the Open Space Task Force report, which is currently intended to be the guiding document for much of OSPAC's work. However, staff has numerous concerns related to OSPAC's requests in number 5. Staff's analysis of request number 5 relating to the development review process is detailed in the staff report. Some of the key points include that the development review process is highly regulated by federal, state, and local law. Significant experience and expertise is required to effectively administer this process, and the city faces legal exposure if irregularities occur. Currently, the Planning Commission provides that primary development review and policy role for the city, and given the number of times they meet and the number and types of applications they consider, they develop a significant expertise with staff and city attorney's office support to deal with those complicated issues related to federal, state, and local law. In addition, it would take a major effort to amend OSPAC's charter to change from an advisory body to the council to making recommendations on development projects. It would require Pacifica Municipal Code amendments as well as procedural changes in the processing of development projects. And it would be a major effort to develop OSPAC's expertise in project review, as I've noted a moment ago. Staff also assesses that it would result in increased costs for applicants and potential increased time to process development projects. There would be a requirement for staff and the city attorney's office to be involved in preparing the reports and delivering the presentations to OSPAC meetings. And even in the simplest scenario, would add at least $1,000 to each project review and staff's assessment, and potentially significantly more for larger projects. There's also concerns related to the equity of this role with other commissions and committees. And what I mean by that is certainly OSPAC has an interest and appropriate role in open space issues, but so do other city commissions and committees with respect to economic development, hazards, safety issues, et cetera. And it's not clear how to delineate between this expanded role and process involvement for the OSPAC as compared to other commissions and committees that might have
relevant claims to involvement in the process as well. And then lastly, legal impediments to adding this level of review as part of the application review process. To start, ministerial projects would be excluded. So a lot of the types of projects we see in Pacifica, like single-family residences, accessory dwelling units, or SB 9 two-unit projects or urban lot splits would not be subject to this type of review process. Permit Streamlining Act, or PSA considerations. The Permit Streamlining Act, one of its most significant functions is to ensure the timely action by cities and setting up the guidelines for the types of information and processes that cities can impose on the development review process. There are challenges associated with adding this as a requirement for application completeness under the construct of the Permit Streamlining Act. And additionally, and perhaps most significantly for right now, given where the city is in its housing element update process, we have concerns about how the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, is likely to receive this addition of a requirement on the development review process for housing projects, when, as noted in the staff report, there are examples where HCD is already looking to try to streamline and simplify the city's development review process. So with all of those factors in mind, the city manager recommends the following in relation to the OSPAC's charter. Validate the ongoing relevance of provisions in the existing OSPAC authorizing resolution. Consider the addition of OSPAC's requests in numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, but provide more clarity on the extent of the authority and new roles of the OSPAC. Direct OSPAC to focus on implementation of one or more recommendations in the Open Space Task Force report that have not been completed. Add coordination of trail improvement social work days to the OSPAC's list of responsibilities, and direct staff to incorporate these revisions into an updated draft resolution to be considered by City Council at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we have a large body of people here tonight. Usually we have buttons we press. Tonight we'll just go by hands raised, and I'm not going to go in any particular order, just by what I see at any given point in time. I'm not starting with council or OSPAC. I feel we're all having a conversation, and I want to try and engage in the spirit of conversation. So step one, let's see if we have questions for staff. And after we go through questions for staff specific to any given topic, we'll turn it over to public for feedback. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have any questions at the moment? I want to make sure to check in with you and not forget that you're over there on the screen.
Sorry, I'll just raise my hand and Emily can tell you. I think that I'm waiting. I'd like to listen to everybody else first. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So I think Councilmember Bowles might want to say something. You have a question?
I have questions, yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I go ahead? I thought I'd actually start, I was reading the Open Space Manual for the first time, and just to read a paragraph from the beginning, open space is an essential part of Pacifica's character. The community is defined by its open space as much as by its developed areas. Pacifica's distinctive personality is formed by a configuration of natural elements that is instantly recognizable. The dominant landforms of coastline, hills, and ridgelines provide such strong elements that they clearly define Pacifica. Yeah, just our open space is so important to us and really is part of the essence of who we are. It's part of the reason I chose to move here, and I just want to thank you all for your service, to start with, and for bringing these questions before us in your charter. So just a couple of questions for staff. I think I read in the report that it says that OSPAC has reviewed 4 projects since 2020. And I'm just wondering if there are other developers that were invited but that declined from participating.
Yes, we have made the offers to all of the applicants with projects on sites in the Open Space Task Force report. Not all of them have taken up the opportunity to present to OSPAC.
Do you have a rough idea in the last few years how many have declined?
I don't, but I'd say it's probably the majority have not opted to present to OSPAC over the time I've worked with the city.
Okay. And then the OSPAC's request to include HPD and land that's adjacent to existing parcels, do we have like a rough estimate of how many parcels we're talking about?
I would estimate it probably at 100 or more additional parcels.
Okay.
Some of these parcels are especially large and could have dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller single-family residential parcels, for example, that are adjacent to them. So without doing the deep dive specific analysis, I can't give you a particular number, but easily 100 and potentially hundreds.
Okay. And I'm assuming the OSPAC members know that too, and that was something you're willing to take on. That seems like a big additional workload for you all. And in terms of development projects, because I think that's the most critical topic in question, where there's perhaps some disagreement. So I just wanted to understand what is currently being done. So from the current resolution that you're operating under that's on packet page 15, I just want to read it. So whereas the committee may also advise applicants on properties listed in the Open Space Task Force report and on other open space issues, recommendations of the committee will be solely advisory. So I asked the city attorney, and maybe she could just confirm it today, that there are no legal issues with the current mandate and.
That's correct, Councilmember.
Okay. So I've seen a few projects that came before OSPAC, but I'm not really clear. I haven't seen it written of what the actual process entails, and maybe, Christian, you could explain a little bit more on that. So, questions like, how does staff inform OSPAC of projects that are in their purview initially, and how they keep them up to date? Who invites the developers and how that's done? Do we notify neighbors? Is there a description or limitation of what their purview is to discuss? And is that communicated to the applicant? And then is a summary given at the end of the process when a developer does come? How is that communicated? And is it communicated also to the deciding bodies later on? So, sorry, that's a lot of questions, and I can repeat them, but I wanted to get them all out so I wasn't taking too much time talking.
Sure. So related to how staff keeps the OSPAC up to date on projects that are within the Open Space Task Force report, we provide a monthly update at the OSPAC meeting of the status, specifically any status changes from the prior meeting. So if a project has become complete or has entered the environmental review phase or is scheduled for public hearing. So sometimes there are no updates on those projects, sometimes there are several. When an application is submitted after staff does the variety of initial processing steps that are needed to intake and route for city staff review, once we've accomplished those, we will determine whether a project site's in the Open Space Task Force report. And when it's determined to be in the report, we'll either verbally or in writing extend an invitation to an applicant to present to the OSPAC. We do our best to explain how it could be valuable to them, but we make clear that it's voluntary and optional, and there won't be any consequence for them to choose not to make the presentation. Some applicants see the value and ask us to set up the meeting. Some decline the invitation. When it comes time to present, it's really a process centered on the applicant and the OSPAC. So we don't send out public notices. It's not a public hearing. It's really there for the OSPAC to provide feedback to the applicant as the resolution is structured currently. And so that feedback, again, is for the applicant to consider and incorporate or not, given it's an advisory recommendation. And we've not always consistently, and perhaps not at all, I can't specifically think of an example where we've articulated, the particular feedback from the OSPAC in a planning commission staff report, for example, because again, as the resolution is currently structured, it's an advisory role to the applicant to incorporate or not that particular feedback.
Okay, that's all I have for right now.
I saw Councilmember Beers' hand raised, and please, everybody, and I'm trying to look around the room as I go. If you have any questions you want to ask staff, don't be shy.
Thank you, Councilmember Bowles, for all of your questions. I feel like I've grown to depend on them, which, maybe I shouldn't. Like, that's not fair. So, Christian, I wanted to piggyback on one of Councilmember Bowles' questions, which was how is the opportunity presented to the developers? So in my mind, it would be lovely to have an opportunity to create relationships between developers and our community developers and OSPAC, and the benefits of that. And so, yeah, I'm just wondering if that is strongly presented, hey, this could be really good for you. And I guess my train of thought is going to maybe it would be a good idea for OSPAC to actually create the information that's distributed to the developers so that they could really understand the opportunity fully.
So I cannot attest to the specific words used by the staff in the planning department to extend the invitation, except to say that I've made it clear to my staff to ensure it's understood to be an optional opportunity, and not to imply that it's required or that there will be some consequence for failure to accept the invitation. But we do try to balance that out with explaining that an early input opportunity on important issues to our community, open space among the most important issues for our community, could be helpful, and it can give them an opportunity to flesh out some concerns from the community if they are shared at the OSPAC meeting. So it can be sort of an early read on how the project has been received by the community. So it's in that vein that we try to explain the contours of that, the good, the bad, the mandatory, the optional, sort of balance out the invitation that's extended.
Thank you so much.
Chair.
Hi, hi, thanks. I read through the staff report and appreciate the amount of work that's gone into that. I just wanted to, again, dovetail on something that Councilmember Bowles had brought up and to get some clarification. I cannot remember a time since I've served on OSPAC, which is about 5 years at this point, where I heard a staff presentation saying, we've received an application for a parcel that's in the Open Space Task Force report. We told the applicant of you, and they've chosen to turn down coming in front of you. I can't recall a single time. I think in terms of moving forward, that we need more of a dialogue than that in terms of the staff liaison part, so at least we're aware of what's coming in front. And so I turn it around to staff and say, what would you suggest that perhaps you could do better?
Well, I don't know that we've done anything inadequate, in my opinion. I think we would report on when an invitation has been accepted, but we can certainly add to our report as part of the initial phase of adding a project to the list when an application's been submitted, that we've extended the invitation and whether or not we've received an acceptance at that point in time. That's something we're happy to do.
Yeah, my concern is that while there's good intentions between staff turnover and maybe contract staff, that it's not always immediately recognized that a parcel may be in the Open Space Task Force report. I'd like to improve communication. Thanks.
Could I add a footnote to Arlene's statement?
Certainly.
Yes?
Yes.
I just want to take it back a step, if we could take it back, in terms of Christine's question, is that historically, yes, planning does tell us that parcel 28 was submitted, a plan was submitted, but we, as a committee, either have to do our homework in terms of where is that, what does it look like? Is it going to be 40 houses or one house or whatever the plan is? So we would appreciate if we could negotiate that they would come with more information, possibly minor development plan or something. We're not asking for an encyclopedia on the project, but some more background so that we, as members of the committee, would have a better understanding, not just it's parcel 50, and we have to go to the library or go online and figure it out, whether it's a subject that we want to bring back and talk about. So that's just going back on terms of the question. And we've tried to formulate a more direct approach from planning, from us to planning to the developer. Whether we could write a letter, the committee could write a letter, and inviting them to come, and planning would submit it to them, or we could have a tighter, more participating role in that whole process. So that's a consideration, if you would take it as a consideration. I wonder if we could just go back for 1 minute. Some of us have never been to a study session before. So it would have been nice if we had a little historical, how do we behave here? What do we do here? Are we going to argue against your plan, or are we going to argue for our plan? Or, participation.
Well,
I'm sure I'm speaking for all of the members here, and a lot of the members.
Certainly, we're here to discuss
Thank you.
the plan, and it's starts off fairly loose in construct, which is why I'm not here trying to turn screws in terms of what to expect about anything, except that at this point in time, we're merely asking questions of staff. After that, we'll get some public feedback, and once we have our answers and public feedback, generally we pause for a moment to see if we have any other questions for staff, and then we just engage with one another in conversation.
Okay.
And
Was my participation just now appropriate in your eyes?
Absolutely,
Very good.
absolutely. You'll start hearing me hysterically banging the gavel
Well,
for even
Mary's
half
here
a
to protect
second.
me,
And
so I just
he
wanted to
likes
be sure.
the gavel, I'm just here to say.
Just checking.
I think I'm next.
You're next, but before you do,
I've been so patient.
so staff, did you want to answer to Joanne's concern
Yeah.
before we move on?
So I heard really two topics. I think one is getting a more in-depth description of the project when it's initially introduced to the OSPAC. It's something we can do. The reports I've heard do summarize the overall project characteristics, but we can, at staff, work with the OSPAC to understand what more they would want to see about the initial project information. The second part I heard was perhaps trying to formalize how the invitation is conveyed. At various times, in my time with the city, it's been considered, perhaps to formalize a written invitation statement of sorts that the staff would transmit to an applicant. For whatever reason, that was never done. I don't know why. I'm certainly open to working on that language with the OSPAC, and perhaps it's an invitation that sort of has a digital signature from the chair and the vice chair that staff hands off. I would prefer that to get out of the middle of what this message is that's being conveyed and allow that to speak for itself. And we can report back on whether or not that invitation's been accepted. We'll hammer out the language with the OSPAC, review it with the city attorney's office, make whatever revisions are necessary, and that can serve as the written invitation, as far as I'm concerned, if that's of interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Well, you just stole my thunder, because that's just what I was going to ask about. I was going to, first, before, I know the purpose is to ask questions, but before I do that, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. This is a lot for you, because we just met last week, I think, or maybe it was the week before. So thank you for taking the time, and thank you for bringing this forward to us as long ago as it was, and being patient with the process. It is a process, as you've been, informed, and we've all discussed. I've had the opportunity to attend in place of the mayor a couple of times, and as I've done so, I wanted to say that I observed, I just had no frame of reference, and so I observed the staff report at the top of the meeting that discussed the parcels, and was very businesslike and very, everyone in the room knew what they were doing, and I didn't. As far as referring to the OSPAC report, and it's parcel number this, and da-da-da, and I was like, oh, wow, they really have this whole system, okay. So it sounds to me, as one who hasn't experienced this as much as others in the room, like there is a request for a more detailed, perhaps, and not, like an encyclopedia, but a more detailed, maybe 1 or 2 sentences about the nature to the degree that the planning department knows it at the time. And then I wanted to ask if it were possible to create some kind of invitation that would come from the chair and vice chair. I think that could just be a very streamlined and consistent way of engaging with development projects and applicants. So, of course, everything that Director Murdoch said about working out the language, hammering it out, going back and forth, there's always things about tone. I mean, there's just a lot of little nuances but those are just off the top, a couple of thoughts I wanted to throw in. Thanks.
Thank you just for that, because it's the relationship building piece. I think that's so important, and I don't think that that's been stressed enough, that it's not like punitive to come in front of OSPAC. It's an opportunity, right, to build relationships. So I appreciate that part a lot.
If I can just tag on to what Mary just said, I actually want to read something. Sue DeGree actually reached out to Michael Crabtree, who was our planning director at the time when the open space manual was written, and he oversaw all that. And so he just described the process and the intent a little bit, and I think it's good for us to kind of remember that as we're looking at possible changes now. So he says, by appearing before the Open Space Committee, usually before the application was deemed complete by the Planning Department, developers were able, in a fairly informal setting, to learn what problems the proposed development might face when it went into the formal hearings, and if appropriate, to address those issues before the application was considered by the decision makers, i.e. Planning Commission, City Council. Appearing before the Open Space Committee also showed the developer really cared what the community thinks and was willing to engage with them, not run and hide behind the formality of the planning process. Appearing before the Open Space Committee was also free, thereby gaining community feedback with no cost. So if handled correctly, such an appearance could be a benefit to the developer. And of course, because projects were reviewed by the Open Space Committee, assuming the developer appeared in good faith, ended up being improved in most cases, it also benefited the city. I think that's what's kind of missing in our planning processes now, and I think this is really beautiful because by the time a project gets to the Planning Commission, a developer's already worked for 1, 2, maybe more years with the Planning Department back and forth, refining and then doing all their, more detailed, expensive engineering and soils reports and so forth. And by coming to a committee on an informal basis early and listening to the community and being able to get input, they have a chance before the design is set in stone to really rethink how it might lay out on the site, how we might, protect a creek or, some of our most important things. So I really want to do as much as we can to be able to enable that process as we move forward. And just one follow-up question. So Michael said it was a free process to the developers. So are we charging for that now? Is that maybe part of the hindrance to someone not wanting to spend the fee to participate?
So consistent with the City Council's previous direction to achieve cost recovery for processing of development projects, we do charge for the staff time associated with preparing for and attending the OSPAC presentation by applicants. I don't have any information to suggest that that's a deterrent, the cost associated with that. In the grand scheme of development review processing, it's a relatively small amount of money. Could that be a factor for some applicants? It could be, but I don't have any information to suggest that.
Do you happen to know what that cost, generally speaking, is?
Yes, I estimated probably about $1,000 associated with the prep time and meeting attendance. It could be slightly less under the current system, given the staff report's not particularly detailed, but under OSPAC's requirement, or not requirement, OSPAC's request, it would be a much more formal process, approximately $1,000 per presentation in my estimation.
It's $1,000 currently for an applicant?
Less, I would estimate less, so perhaps 500, give or take. It's at least a couple of hours of staff time to prepare for and participate in that presentation process.
There's a question.
So following that logic, that would mean that people have the four that you mentioned before, those each cost about $1,000 for those individuals? Or is this saying if it was more formalized, it would potentially cost $1,000?
The latter. I wasn't clear in my initial response. So the current process, I estimate to be less, probably about $500, maybe slightly more in some instances. The process requested by OSPAC in the draft resolution would be a more expensive process requiring a more intensive staff report and preparation process.
So if we were to request a less formal option, is that a viable way to do this? Because ultimately the goal of this is for OSPAC to work as a conduit between people developing and the general public, a more very concise grouping of people to come together. They may not attend a city council meeting, but they can come to OSPAC, and it's a much smaller venue. It's still a controlled environment. Is there any issues with that? Are there?
Well, I think the low-cost process is what the OSPAC has currently. I can't imagine a scenario where it would be less formal and require less staff time and cost less money.
So we couldn't inform developers of this opportunity in a more formalized manner? That's not an option?
More formalized or less formalized?
I'm sorry, I don't, so the way I was tracking on this is essentially that if it was formalized and staff would need to attend, that's where we're incurring that cost. Whereas, and part of that was informing them of the opportunity in a more structured, something from the chair or the vice chair, that type of thing. Is that completely off the board for this, or is?
Well, I think that's open for discussion in potential city council direction on the method of invitation.
Okay.
In terms of the process and how that would come to OSPAC and so forth, again, I think we have about the least formal and structured process that we could have currently. A more intensive process, along the lines of what OSPAC's requested, would be more expensive. There is an alternative identified in the staff report, which staff does not recommend, that would sort of be somewhere in the middle potentially. But I don't think we could make it any simpler and less expensive. As Vice Chair Arnos mentioned, she and the OSPAC members need some amount of information and analysis to understand the project in relation to the Open Space Task Force report, which takes staff time to prepare.
Okay, I was assuming, sorry, this is my own ignorance on that. I assumed that was cost incurred by, when I saw the slide originally, it seemed like it was a cost that was incurred by the developer or the people bringing the project before the city, and this is all information they would already have. We saw that last week where somebody was able to, or 2 weeks ago, where somebody was able to bring something to OSPAC, and it seemed really well structured, and potentially, you were there because I believe it was potentially a contentious issue, but I don't necessarily think that would incur a lot of cost, that's all.
Well, it takes a surprising amount of time to analyze and summarize things in a simple way, so I would disagree with that point, but yes, we try to make it look easy. But yes, the developer does pay for that staff time as a cost recovery matter, so it's not directly paid by the city, but it is a cost, to be fair.
Got it. You make it look very easy.
And Mayor Big Stick, if I may, because this is an important topic about costs. So just global, council knows this because you deal with it all the time and adopt our fee schedule, but OSPAC members may not know this. There's no private development application process that does not reimburse the cost for the city. So all of the time that's spent on those is billed to the private developer in that case. And so then there's gradations. I mean, the current quick update process will cost the developer less than a more robust one, than a way more robust one.
Got it. Thank you.
Could I ask a question following that?
So Mayor Pro Tem has her hand raised, but if you're following up on the discussion we're currently having,
This one,
yeah,
I just wanted to know if we as a committee have,
yeah.
if we as a committee have a budget, so if we, whatever that might be, and we stayed within the parameters of our budget, is that an option? I mean, as a committee, we never spend any money, only Arlene's, but, you know, we would not, I guess we never asked that question if we did have a budget. So, and one footnote, if Christian comes to our meetings and/or another member of planning, would you bill who?
So I can jump in on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For that question. I think it's important to understand that, and this has come up for other committees and commissions too, there's really no such thing as a, separate funding for committees and commissions. It's all city publicly funded dollars. The issue at stake, and Assistant City Attorney can chime in, but the issue at stake is a gift of public funds to a private entity. So that's the cost recovery basis for charging all of the time, the public staff time that's related to private projects. And so I think what you were getting at is if OSPAC had its own budget, it could allocate to certain projects that came before them and not. That would be an inequitable treatment of public funds between development projects across the board.
So therefore, we don't have a budget? So therefore, we don't have a budget?
The OSPAC does have a budget because any of the work plan items that are directed by council are then carried and funded by the city. So you do have indirectly a budget that the planning department manages through that, whether it's training for OSPAC members or what have you. But it's just to apply, to exempt certain projects or apply that would be an inequitable treatment of private development projects.
I understand the equity part of it. I just wondered if I don't know if we've ever even had a discussion about whether we have a budget. Could we have a party and charge you?
I think the answer is there are no discretionary funds
No.
allocated at this time.
Answer, no.
I think Ellen had a question.
So Mayor Pro Tem has had her hand up for a moment now. Ellen, was it part and parcel with this conversation, or was it a separate matter?
Oh, no, it was related. I guess I just wanted to understand a little bit more, maybe just a little bit, about why the current reports that we're generating under the voluntary, what would be different or added to a report under a more formal required process? What additional information would have to go into a report? Would it have to, I don't know, if you could just speak to that, just so I understand what the difference is.
So I think if there's an expectation that the OSPAC will have a more in-depth analysis and recommendations on a project, that we would need to do more background information and study as to how the project relates to the general plan, the zoning, and other land use factors that already could modify a project. For example, are there already open space or parkland dedication requirements that would be associated with the project that might have bearing on what the OSPAC might recommend in terms of open space features, for example? And then there's the post-meeting follow-up activities as well to package up the OSPAC's recommendations and transmit them in a standardized format to the Planning Commission as part of the Planning Commission staff report, for example. So those are things that come to mind for me in terms of a more robust, formalized process.
Okay, and just one quick follow-up question. For the background, is that a background research that you would do for the Planning Commission anyways, or is that stuff that you wouldn't do otherwise?
It really depends on the project and the degree to which we need to prepare sort of a specific set of analysis and potential issues and policies related to open space. Typically, open space is one of many policies, but it doesn't get any more or less importance than other issues. So this would be a very deep and focused open space related analysis that probably wouldn't be specifically done for the Planning Commission.
Okay, thanks. I guess then my concern would be whether or not you have ever heard a developer say, oh, that's, whether they're concerned about the additional cost, since they're billed for it?
I have not, and I will say in my experience, time is more important to the applicants than money in most cases. Some developers just, perhaps their personalities are sort of, financially conscious, put it that way. But more so, like, will this delay my application being processed? How much time will it add to the process? Is it going to prevent me from getting to the CEQA process, the environmental review, or to public hearing? And the answer is yes, if they're taking the time to go to, a meeting with the OSPAC, for example, because we won't advance on in the process until they get that feedback, for example. So it can impact the project timeline.
Okay, we have a question from Mayor Pro Tem. The time is 6:30, and we're supposed to wrap around 7 o'clock, so I want to be mindful of that. We should go to public comment after the Mayor Pro Tem's question if there's no pressing questions for staff. Please go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. One of my questions is, how much time additional will it take? Because I can see it adding months onto a developer's timeline to get their project approved. Also, given that you only get part of the information, I'm wondering how OSPAC can make a decision based on just a portion of the information. When you're on planning or council, you get a huge giant packet on each project. And so I'm wondering how people can make opinions based on a smaller amount of information. Also, I'm going back to number 4, and it says search for funds, and I was wondering where the funds are going to come from that you're searching for. So those are my current questions.
So I will attempt to answer perhaps the first 2 questions from Mayor Pro Tem, and then perhaps someone on OSPAC can represent the funding-related component. As it relates to scheduling, under the OSPAC's current request, it could, in most cases, easily add 1 to 2 months. Given OSPAC meets once monthly, depending when the invitation is extended and accepted, or if the mandatory review is required, depending when the project comes in, we will have to provide notice, have time to prepare whatever report is being associated with the project. And so in most cases, in my judgment, we would not be able to make more than likely the first OSPAC meeting after application submittal. So you're looking at, again, 1 to 2 months in the best case scenario. Then there are times when an OSPAC meeting may be canceled due to a holiday, or there may be lack of quorum in some rare instances that could also delay the required hearing under OSPAC's request. That could add, a month to 2 months additional depending on the particular circumstances. And then related to the information, I think the OSPAC's trying to balance a tension of engaging with an applicant early enough where the applicant may be willing to make changes to the project. So, before completeness, before environmental review, before public hearing. But that does run at cross purposes, at least in my opinion, with having enough information to really understand the project, which is typically when the application's complete. And so I think the OSPAC will need to speak to why they're requesting engagement with applicants prior to application completeness.
And the question of funding, yeah.
Okay, so we'll take the funding question first because that's the easier one. The funding comment really came from the idea of having grants that were available, especially this 30 by 30 initiative. We wanted to get kind of our arms around what that might mean to the city and to open space. I don't think we're in a position to actually apply for a grant as a committee, but certainly could assist staff with that process and bring it to staff's attention. One issue, I think until recently, was that there wasn't a dedicated grant writer for the city. It was sort of broken up by department, and that wasn't a clear process to us, so that's where that came from. In terms of what we're hoping to recommend to Planning Commission or City Council, and I encourage my fellow committee members to chime in on this one. Certainly from, our world view as looking at things from the Open Space Task Force report, we would like to be able to make comment in terms of what the Open Space Task Force report has already reported in terms of natural resource, adjacency to other parklands, other benefits that a parcel that's in the Open Space Task Force report has to the greater community. And just a general awareness and an opportunity for the public to comment about those particular natural and environmental issues. Oh, Ellen.
Yeah, I want to add a little bit to that. Thanks, Arlene. That was great. So in terms of how we could comment on a project when we don't have the whole project, that's sort of the point. We're looking at the larger landscape. We're talking about where the footprint of the project might be, not the details at all of the project. It would be very much to look at the project at a very high level in the context of the larger, what? Oh, okay. In the context of the larger landscape, trails, connectivity, habitat, et cetera. And then in terms of the funding, Arlene mentioned the 30 by 30, but there's other federal and state funding out there for climate resiliency and probably very importantly, fuels management. CAL FIRE has funding for one of the hurdles for the Pedro Point property that's owned by Pacifica and one of the liabilities for the city. And one of the reasons it's hard to hand it off to a different land manager like GGNRA, who is otherwise interested, is the fuels and the eucalyptus adjacent to homes. And that's exactly the sort of thing that we might be able to help get a grant to address. And it's very expensive to do it on our own. I don't think Pacifica could ever afford it, but there is funding out there, and CAL FIRE in particular has a lot of funding for exactly that sort of thing.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, you got your answers? Very good. If there aren't any immediate pressing questions, I would like to turn it to public comment. Okay. So I do have 2 cards in front of me, and if anyone else in the audience would like to speak, do please fill out a yellow card in the back and bring it up to staff in the front. They'll get it to me, I'll call you. And I'm sure we have some folks online who would wish to speak as well. Let's start with Peter Loeb, followed by Cliff Lawrence.
Peter Loeb, you should have more than 2 cards. I know that 3 went up there.
So I believe the other card was more for public comment, unless I'm misreading.
Doesn't matter.
Very good.
Let me not waste your time. I'll try to be brief. This study session actually has been educational for me. I'm studying. I'm here mainly because I wanted to say that I was on the council from 82 to 90, and that's the council that created the task force, and I co-chaired the task force that created that first report. And I know that Sue DeGree is here. She was also part of that, and so was Julie Lancel, that whole sequence of events. The idea behind that report, the reason it exists, is to do exactly what you're talking about doing. We wanted to be able to say if there was a developer or a person interested in doing something with a parcel in that report, or a parcel that impacted a parcel in that report, that there would be a way to have a community conversation with that person or developer or whatever it was prior to there being a complete application and the whole thing got set in stone. The design, everything had been decided by then. And what Christine, Councilmember Bowles described, what her report of what Michael Crabtree, the planning director then, was saying that's exactly the process that was supposed to happen. That before there was a completed application, a developer could, I'm being timed.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay. I don't support a new level of legislative review like a planning commission, but I do support what I hear you describing is an opportunity to have a conversation with somebody who's thinking about developing a parcel that's in that open space task force report. That's what it's for. That's why we created it, to do that very process. And I think the staff report is critical of an idea that I don't support either, but I don't think that that's what's being asked for. I think the staff report is criticizing something. It's a straw man. It's not the thing that you want. What you want, and I hear you saying it here, is we want to be able to talk to a developer. I guess my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Lawrence?
Good evening. It's Cliff Lawrence, West Fairmont. This was too important to deal with it on Zoom. I had to come down tonight. Thank you for your service. I couldn't do what you do. I have read the report, the staff report. Time and money is what I got out of it. But I want to present you a different view. I want to offer you a vision that can save time and can save money. There's no place right now in the way this process works that the public gets involved early on and has a chance to shape it. When you do change management, you got to get buy-in. You can do that by giving participation. I want to see this committee being allowed to extend invitations to anybody that they want and let them make the case why that developer should come there. Because they can make the case. And like we said, it's a high-level discussion. We got to solve the big problems before we get down to the T's and I's, which the city does very well. But that's another point. No disrespect to the planning department, but that is staff that is trying to do the work in the name of the city. They are not the city. As far as I know, we don't have a very large representation of residents on it, no fault of the city or the planning department. But this is the way you get the city involved, where the city people get to have some input, some recognition. They have ownership in the process, and they will support you. You'd rather have their support when you bring it to the Planning Commission and the City Council, don't you? I thank you.
You do have a minute remaining if you'd
Oh,
like.
by the way, on a side note with this, talking about cutting down time, I read the minutes on the last episode of the Water District here. What is it, 20 pages? Could early involvement and offline work cut that down, because that was a lot to slug through. Anyway, change management's important, letting people have buy-in, letting them have ownership. And I think that the planning department sees us coming here as trouble. And I don't want you to see us as trouble. And I think the planning department is big enough that they can share their review and their role in this process. I think they're big enough and good enough for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. I have one more card from Sue Degree. Then I see hands from Remy Tan and Dinah Verby.
Yes, thank you for having this, and I agree with Peter and Cliff. I think I would phrase it, the buy-in or the ownership, as the public wanting to be engaged in the process of government of, by, and for the people. And it seems that more recently, and I'm not picking on our group, but From Sacramento on down, it's like of and by is on the side, and for the people, we have benevolent, practical dictatorship. So I think that other cities, I remember Redwood City, if you remember the salt pond issues, Redwood City told us at a League of Cities meetings, for heaven's sakes, do involve the public early on, get the public involved. It saves yourself a lot of hard and expensive time. So I think that what Michael Crabtree pointed out, I asked him if he would mind going over from his professional point of view what we experienced, Julie and Peter and myself and many others that were on the Open Space Committee. And he summarized it really well. I think that summarization could help you as a guide, or maybe ask him. I mean, I think, he is a professional and it worked well. And the community was able to express itself and be itself and feel heard. So thank you all. Thank you, OSPAC, for your hard work too.
Thank you very much. Emily, I saw hands come up from Remy Tan and Dinah Verby, if I'm not mistaken.
The first hand to be raised was Remy Tan.
And if you are watching at home, please dial in 1-669-900-6833. Webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Please press *9 to raise your hand. When called upon by the last 4 digits of your phone number, it'll be *6 to unmute. Please state the full name of your record at the start of your comment, whether or not you are Zoom or calling in, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining of your time. Remy Tan, please go ahead.
Hello, it's Remy Tan, again, architect in Pacific Manor. So I just want to comment on this. Lately, I've been seeing a lot of projects that have come up in the HPD, and they're not really complying with a lot of the measures of the HPD. Especially houses being built on the ridge tops. As with Harmony 1, and it sounds like we do need to have some kind of oversight on this. So the Planning Commission is not stepping up to the plate. Yes, maybe we do need this committee to also, review these projects that are coming up on the HPD. I'm also concerned that the projects in the HPD, are subject to wildland urban interface and fire danger, as well as landslides. And this is, come up in some of the projects on the HPD. So I urge the commission to kind of look at this really carefully and actually have a formalized process for, projects in the HPD. I mean, really, they should be discouraged, and, long term, we should be looking at doing basically transfer development rights, so that, those hillsides remain permanently open space, and those development rights get transferred to properties that are, like our shopping centers that need, additional housing, and, where we're looking at putting that on, in the housing element plan. So it's got my 2 thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dinah Verby. Please state your name for the record.
Dinah Verby, may I make a technical comment before you start the clock? There's an issue on my Zoom. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's everybody, but I can only see Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus on my screen. I cannot see the rest of the participants. Is that something on my machine, or is that the way the meeting is being projected?
Since we're trying to see Mayor Pro Tem from our dais while we're conducting the meeting, that's probably intentional, but I'll be happy to let staff comment.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm watching it in a hybrid fashion. I have the audio on Zoom because that's real time, and I have the video on PCT, which is delayed by about 15 seconds. Anyway, I'll go ahead with my comment. You can start the clock. I just wanted you to be aware of that issue.
Thank you.
So I'm speaking individually, but I think most of you know that I am the vice president of the Pacifica Land Trust Board. So I'm kind of looking at this issue through that lens as well, because the Land Trust was formed at the same time the Open Space Task Force was formed as a nonprofit entity to help implement the goals of the task force report by helping to acquire these lands. And I wholly support the what I want to call restoring of the OSPAC's original function rather than expanding it, because as you've heard from former mayors Degree and Peter Loeb and also former planning director Crabtree, it was always the intent for that committee to be the opening place where the community could participate and the developers would get instant, early feedback before they spent a whole bunch of money designing a project that was doomed to fail. So there's all kinds of good and positive reasons, and I really agree with and wholly support Council members Beer and Beckmeyer and their suggestion that I think the OSPAC committee should develop a template of an invitation that would be sent out to developers. When they're notified, they should be automatically notified by planning staff when a project comes in that's within their purview. And then they send out that letter that will outline all of the benefits and opportunities, rather than leaving it to the individual, whatever individual the developer is interacting with. I also support, or I'd like to suggest, having a regular liaison from the OSPAC attend Planning Commission meetings and study sessions for those key projects. I think that would be useful for everybody. I also support the idea of having the OSPAC participate in exploring funding opportunities to help implement the goals of the task force report. And I do think it is a good idea to develop the criteria that OSPAC would be looking at. And the ones that come to mind are, for example, looking at the footprint, looking at HPD issues, creek setbacks, wildlife corridors, public access, trails, etc. Again, with the idea that all of these issues would be identified early in the process. And also I support not redoing the task force report, but updating the data where necessary to reflect changes in zoning or ownership or whatever. And so those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verby. Emily, is there anyone else on the line?
There are no other raised hands.
And I don't have any other cards on this item, so I will close the public comment period at this time and bring it back to Council and OSPAC for deliberation.
Can I just ask a process question? Are we ending this at 7? It seems like we have a lot to talk about still.
I agree with that. I don't know if we're able to get to it all tonight. If we limit ourselves, it seems like we started a little late, so I would extend it at least 10 minutes, but I want to check with Assistant Attorney and see what our capabilities are at this time.
It is the purview of the body to keep going, provided, as the body desires, provided that if you start getting too late in the hour, then I would have concerns, but extending by 30 minutes or so should be okay.
So if we decide to go till 7:30, in your opinion, that will be acceptable?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. I want to start by thanking everybody who's attended, who's commented. There was a lot of strong community sentiment, and I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the respectful tone that everyone has taken over the course of this meeting. Thank you for all of the OSPAC members for showing up and being a part of this conversation. And as we enter into this portion, I want to make sure that you all feel comfortable that this is a conversation. A lot of you have not had an opportunity to speak so far, Questions are one thing, discussion is quite another, and we certainly welcome every viewpoint. So please, as you have viewpoints to share, let me know. Okay. Vice Chair Arnos.
Well, that's what I was going to suggest, that maybe some other members of our committee are a little intimidated by the formality here, and that we could squeeze them a little bit to have a comment. Because as you saw in the report, that everybody voted for this new attempt on changing our mandate. So I will turn it over to them, maybe. Not that I have the authority.
We're going
to
I have this spotlight back here that I'm just going to shine on each one of you who haven't spoken yet. Before we begin this, I would like to take about 20 minutes to really have this discussion. I don't want to limit it. If it's a good discussion, we'll certainly go past that. But if we can reserve the last 15 minutes for council to deliberate about direction, that would be preferable. However, if the discussion's robust and good, I'm not going to get in the way of that. So I just want to throw that out there for the interest of time. Lauren, or was it Sarah? Sarah, you had your hand raised, please.
Okay. Is this, I'm not sure, can you hear me on this? Okay.
It is on.
Good evening. This is my first study session, so I really appreciate this opportunity and really a learning opportunity. I think we're learning a lot about how the city works and how we look at things and come to decisions. So what detail and perhaps a discussion item I wanted to throw in to the mix in reviewing the materials, I feel like we all want to find ways to better work together and collaborate and not be duplicative or draw down on staffing or city resources, but rather really maintain and protect the beautiful Pacifica that we have, while balancing that there are going to be more and more developments wanting to come to Pacifica, and really having good, robust conversations to try to find balanced decision making. Something that I'm kind of left with is better understanding the role of Planning Commission and their access and use of the Open Space Task Force report. And just, I think in the discussion, I'd love to just uplift again and hear, because what I'm kind of leaning towards is there a new relationship even between OSPAC and Planning Commission, as I think was suggested, that could, again, enable sort of more lines of communication that we can have together to really provide, and I think what public comment was uplifting, just more public dialogue, that I think OSPAC is providing that as a vehicle through which to do that. But I want to acknowledge and also ask a question, how do we make information exchange efficient with existing, Planning Commission and staff reports and preparations and meetings. So I think that's just a general question that came up for me, but really appreciate this opportunity and the fact that we're, reimagining new, roles and responsibilities for all of the city committees and for OSPAC in particular. So thank you on that. And I fully support the funding. I'm really excited about that. I agree. There's a lot of opportunities that we can be flagging to the city and potentially looking at ways we can partner or at least help support staff in preparing project concept ideas. Some of us work in that in our day jobs, and so can bring some of that expertise. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to ask a question of staff, because I believe it was Dinah brought up the notion of a OSPAC liaison, and that was a notion that I had brought up to staff over the course of the weekend. I really liked the idea. As I was going through the material, what occurred to me, and much to my chagrin because I really like the idea, but I'll run across staff to make sure that I'm somewhere in a ballpark that's probably reasonable. What occurs to me is that, especially as we're going down this road of the housing element update process, there's this overarching theme going on, and not just in Pacifica. We're kind of following what's happening in every jurisdiction, that housing and community development, or HCD, seems to be watching everybody like hawks right now. And the more we appear to constrain the permitting process or the application process, the more we start getting nervous on the staff level and then often the council level about just giving that appearance. And I really like the liaison idea. I think it would involve there being, again, a meeting of OSPAC, and then that might raise a question around, well, is that making it more burdensome? Which as a citizen, I think is nonsense, in which as somebody with a fiduciary duty, I think bears consideration. And so staff, did I give you enough that you have some feedback you might be able to offer that might be helpful one way or the other?
Mayor, as to the two issues you raised, so first for the liaison idea. So as we think about what role a liaison serves, it is to represent the views of the majority of the body. And so a couple questions that come to mind for me is, how will a liaison be able to opine on a development project, maybe that had been seen at some early iteration, versus what may be in front of a planning commission at that point in time. Another concern I would have is the formality that that decision takes to come to for the purpose of a liaison coming forward and sharing the view of the body. And as to the second point you raised, Mayor, about the housing element process and HCD, the state is definitely been empowered in the last few years to provide oversight on cities' development processes. And the trend in state laws we referenced in the staff report is to scrutinize cities' development processes, and to the extent that there are any additional hurdles that are put in place, any additional costs, those will be scrutinized by the state.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? So, and I think this was asked, I'm sorry, I don't remember if it was you, Tiger, or Dinah, but is the Planning Commission trained? Do they know the open space manual and the issues that OSPAC? It was you, actually. Sorry. No, I think that's a really good question, because maybe a liaison isn't necessarily there to opine on the project, but it's there to opine on the manual and the issues that OSPAC has if a planning commissioner has a question.
I can jump in on that one, at least for starters. Thanks for that question, Councilmember Bowles. It's a great one. And the Planning Commission on any given development application and their review of it is going to be reviewing a whole host of issues regarding that application that staff has analyzed. And the city has dozens of informative master plan documents, be it bike ped master plan, other, stormwater, sanitary sewer, et cetera. And that information, including the open space reports, can be analyzed and included in the report to the Planning Commission. So I don't know if that kind of indirectly answers that question. Is certainly planning commissioners aren't going to know all of those guidance documents that exist inside and out. They know the general plan well and other plans and the zoning ordinances, but it's city staff's job to do all of that analysis of everything that's related to that development application and present it to the Planning Commission so they have a holistic view of that project. Okay. And of course, any questions that come up, planning commissioners can always ask questions about, well, if for some reason it's not in there in the staff report and they want to know, well, what does the Open Space Task Force report say about this parcel? And staff will answer that question.
Okay. And there's nothing that precludes an open space member from coming to the Planning Commission meeting on a project that's in the open space manual and making comments as an individual. Correct?
Yeah, correct. Any commission and committee member citywide can come and speak as a interested citizen on their interests on the project.
Vice Chair?
I just had, the committee has had some experience with liaisons, and historically, I am the senior member, except for, no, I think Julie is. But anyway, historically, we had liaisons, and in terms of the Brown Act, it wasn't speaking for the committee, it was sharing of information, that a project was going on and where it was and et cetera, and taking some, posing some questions and then taking that information back to our meeting, being mindful of the Brown Act, that we are not speaking for the whole committee. But it was also a way of sharing, building community, which I think a lot of members on this panel today and on open space wants to build community and have a conversation, and that was one way they got to know us and we got to know them, and we could rotate the liaison. We did rotate the liaison. Thank you.
If you're just now tuning in, we're beginning the regular session a little late this evening so we can complete the special study session on the OSPAC Charter. So bear with us a few more minutes as we continue our conversation, and thank you for your patience.
Mayor, I would just add one final thought in relation to the liaison concept. Similar, in my opinion, to how we articulated this question about a special carve-out or role for the OSPAC in the development review process. From my perspective, I think a similar concern presents itself if OSPAC alone is having a liaison to the Planning Commission. Again, there are a variety of other perspectives and inputs from economic development or safety and hazard issues that emergency preparedness and safety could offer. Really begs the question then, why aren't there liaisons from several committees or commissions present at the Planning Commission meeting to share information and perspectives from their advisory documents? And so again, it's hard to articulate and to define where that line should be drawn. But as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, there could be direction to staff to try to present more emphasis or formalization of how the Open Space Task Force report is included or analyzed in the staff report for a project, for example.
And that raises a good question. There is a blurb in the staff report about the Open Space Task Force report should be used as a reference for not just the council, but the Planning Commission, PB&R, and staff to identify issues of concern, evaluating land use amongst any particular group. It seems like when I was on Planning Commission, I don't recall having seen information from the Open Space Task Force report. Is the Planning Department accustomed to including that information when development comes before the Planning Commission?
So I will start by saying I don't feel like there have been very many projects advanced to the Planning Commission stage that are in the Open Space Task Force report. But whatever number, I will admit that the Planning Department probably has not formalized or prioritized that among the myriad issues it's required to analyze. And I think part of that, in my opinion, is that it's not clear what the role or relevance is of the Open Space Task Force report in the general plan or in the zoning. It doesn't have a formal role in the regulations that are evaluated and applied to projects. And so perhaps that's one option to figure out at some future time where that role is carved out or not in the general plan, for example. For instance, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan has explicit mention in the circulation element policies of the general plan to implement its various recommendations and priorities, for instance. So it gives an operational vehicle to the Planning Department in review of a project to include that in weighing general plan consistency, for example. No such mention or provision is currently made, for example, for the Open Space Task Force report. So perhaps that's another direction for the council to consider, at an appropriate date in the future, how to incorporate that more formally.
So that raises two questions immediately for me. One being, then, is the suggestion we might amend the general plan to include specific reference to the Open Space Task Force report in such a way that it becomes a requirement of Planning Commission or department, however that works out. And B, is the nature of the narrative in the Open Space Task Force report such that it might give clear indications to Planning Commission what latitude they might have in relation to that document to make suggestions on any particular project?
Right, so the first part, I think, is the answer is yes, that considering if and when it makes sense to make that general plan amendment to bring the Open Space Task Force report into a more formal capacity for purposes of development review and other city decision-making in the context of the general plan. To be clear, the Open Space Task Force report is mentioned in the general plan, but it doesn't have any implementing or guiding policies related to applying that when considering general plan consistency. As it relates to the effectiveness or efficacy of the Open Space Task Force report to provide some more formalized role, I'm not so sure. In my opinion, I don't feel like the Open Space Task Force report is really written in a way right now to perform that function. As I read it, someone 40 plus years after its initial adoption, it's reflecting a time when there were significant development pressures on parcels, figuring out which ones needed to be acquired in some fashion to get them out of private ownership and to relieve the development pressure was really a paramount objective. I don't read for most, if any, of the sites that the narratives really highlight those open space opportunities for trails and for vista points and so forth. So I think if we're considering, or if the council is considering some sort of general plan amendment to formalize that, it really needs to think about how the Open Space Task Force report can be updated and modernized to identify what those open space opportunities are and how they could be capitalized in the development review process. And I feel like that's lacking right now in the report.
First of all, didn't you say the first one came out in '88?
I believe that's right.
It's 35 years.
Yeah.
And if the update was 2000, that's 23, so.
I'm probably still reflecting 1980 general plan hangover here, but similar, age range, decades and decades past. And, I think my statements hold true from my perspective about the objective of the report at that time and what the narratives were really trying to accomplish.
So what I think I hear you saying is that this tool could be more powerful for the Planning Commission if it is updated. And follow-up question, is there a role for OSPAC to play during an update process?
So yes, if the general plan were to be amended, for example, to explicitly reference the report, yes, I think it would need to be updated, and if updated, with that in mind, it could provide a useful tool. And similarly for the OSPAC, to whatever extent they continue to have a role in reviewing projects, I think an update to really articulate and highlight what those open space opportunities are to be capitalized on is essential to have an effective review of a development project and to provide some upfront guidance. And you can have significant community input into a plan update process in a way that's not as easy to achieve in a single meeting, for example, on a specific project.
I feel the presence of my council members behind me.
I feel like there was folks shaking their heads, like OSPAC members were shaking their heads during that, so I'm curious about that, if you want to comment. No?
I was very intently focused on planning director.
Okay.
If I might.
Go ahead. You were there.
I would like to offer an observation based off, what you were just saying, Director Murdoch, was echoing what was in my head throughout the course of this meeting. And it's always very informative and helpful for me to hear the perspectives of those who came before, we're so lucky, are still here. So thank you, former Mayor Loeb, former Mayor Degree. Thank you, continuing former mayor and serving on OSPAC, Julie Lancel. My reflection is that we are at a place in 2023 that is striking me as not being that far different from times in the past when there was keen interest in development. So where it's coming from now maybe is a different place than where it was coming from decades ago. But where it's coming from now is HCD, is the state, is the need for housing. And so what I'm perceiving is going on here, and I'm not sure, one element of it, I'm not sure if this resonates with anyone else. I'm just going to throw it out there, is that there's some urgency around, this is our community, we want to have a voice, there's all this pressure for development, and if we don't watch out, our hills are going to be covered with houses. So there's a need, a sense that the open space report will help keep that from happening. The OSPAC committee will keep that from happening. And and what I'm hearing is a need and a desire for collaboration without, and I'm hearing from everybody, without redundancy and not just for efficiency's sake, but for legal reasons. So when I hear the need to perhaps include the OSPAC report as part of the general plan, I go, not until it's updated, because part of what's in the OSPAC report or the purview of OSPAC that is in the general plan and that is absolutely referred to by our legal team, et cetera, is things like the HPD. So that's the law. The open space report isn't really the law, but it's a vessel and an opportunity. So I think when I came into this meeting, I wasn't thinking, I was like, yeah, update the OSPAC report, meh, maybe not so important. And now I'm really rethinking that and really thinking about the need for commissioners, the city, newcomers, people who weren't here engaged at that level in 1988 and then updated in whatever, thank you, to have an opportunity to really better understand it. And then in the process of that, make it a better tool for us. So that's my long-winded commentary. Thank you.
Go ahead, Alan.
Hi. So I do see the value in an updated document, but it is a large document, and updating it would be expensive and time-consuming, even if we were to drive a lot of it. And also really controversial, I think, because I think everyone who owns private lands would be very, very interested in whether it was in or out and how it was described. So I do see the value of that document were it to be done. I have some concerns about launching the process of revising it. Meanwhile, a whole lot of projects and developments are moving through, and maybe it could be an opportunity lost while we're refining a really complicated and controversial document, and then we fail to achieve the underlying process that we were hoping to have, which is to engage early with the community and the developers to find opportunities. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Could I say something?
Yes, please. And then Councilmember Bowles.
Well, I did what Ellen just said, and it's not like we haven't talked about it in our meetings, to maybe do an addendum at some time, but if you look at the amount of citizens and people from the community that worked on this one, we probably don't feel as a committee have the resources to do this right now. But we appreciate the information and the take on it, and like I said, it's not something we haven't talked about before. But the other thing is that I feel like we're getting away from the issue, and I don't know if it's time for me to do the pitch on how I don't want to shoot the committee's foot with this comment, but we do want what we want, but I think as a committee, we'd be open to some compromise, some way that we could tighten up the invitations, that we could get people, developers to come, to get the community to come, where we desperately want Zoom on our meetings or some form of communication so the public can call in. We've had some recent projects presented to us, and one was really late in the game, and we knew that we wouldn't have any change, but we were trying to smooth over some of the hostility that the developers felt from the city. And then the other one that we had was, it was good. We expected difficulties, and some of the members asked wonderful questions that they never brought up about fire, and it wasn't a fire zone. So we've handled it, and the public has really supported our meeting. So we're a valuable committee. We have all these issues. We want to build community. We want you to hold our hands so we can do that. So, and I want to appreciate this meeting that you called us together to do this. I think it's important to the committee. It's important to the members. I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you. I had called upon Councilmember Bowles.
Thank you for that, Joanne, and that was one of my questions I wanted to ask you all too. If we don't feel like we can necessarily grant your desires of going through a formal review process and adding you all as a body and the complications legally and time-wise for the developers and so forth to do that, are there other ways that we can strengthen your process now, further define what your purview is, what your role is, to help you do your job, and try to get more projects to come before you, that you can, do this wonderful work of getting community input and so forth. And so it's nice to hear that from you, and perhaps other members, can comment too if, and, maybe that's a further discussion that we have, that we brainstorm, what all, would go into, making the process better for you all. I know we're running out of time if we're going to keep that. There's a few other things that we haven't talked about at all that I thought were really important that were brought up by you and staff. One is just your meetings and whether they can be on Zoom to be able to, allow more public participation. That's how I first got involved during COVID, and there were, quite a few members of the public that attended then. And so that's, a question for staff. I don't think it's necessarily a PCT recording, that adds a lot of expense, but if there's some way the room can be equipped, with Zoom. And then the other question, that staff was looking for input on your tasks, I think, the review the items that weren't yet completed and wanting to prioritize that. So I think Planning Director Murdoch said he had some slides for that, I'd like to hear from you all what you think are the most important things that you want to work on, and then we can perhaps give some input on those.
Who are you looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. I know. I threw out 3 different things there. So input from you all first on strengthening the process that exists now, if that's something that you.
Well, I think that, with our proposed and admittedly amateur resolution, we outlined what we thought were the most important things to our committee. Understanding that there are some real legal constraints in terms of what can be done, we all understand that, but I think I can speak for the committee here that we feel like a real opportunity is being lost because we're not being engaged the way we could be. Mm-hmm. And I think with some more work and a little bit more money, the public can be better served, council can be better served, the Planning Commission can be better served by at least saying, the applicant has made an effort to engage the community before they came in front of Planning Commission. People may not get everything that they want, but as a community, we ought to be able to have some compromise there. I think that's our big one, is we feel underutilized. And, to support what Ellen was saying, I think we have to tread very carefully with how we manage doing any kind of updating with the Open Space Task Force report. From my perspective, and I'm a little bit later to the party since we moved here in 1990, but I did serve as the president of the Land Trust for a while, and when I read the Open Space Task Force report for the first time, what I saw was really an aspirational document that said, we see the opportunity here, and from a landowner point of view, here's a way of being included in, whether it was a DGNRA's boundary study, but at least identifying some of the more, at the time, significant environmental issues. It was another potential buyer for their property. Now, of course, since my background is in real estate, I tend to think of it that way, but I've been on both sides of that table now, and I still think that that spirit is right. There's certainly a lot of technical stuff in terms of getting the parcel numbers correct. You know, and the world, of course, has changed, but I don't know that we need to go through the full process that was done, you know, back in '88 and 2000.
So I know that Councilmember Beer had a comment. The time is currently 7:24, so we are having a good discussion. After Councilmember Beer's comment, I would like to start wrapping it up so that we can get to our regular meeting, but that begs the question of continuing this meeting to presumably a date to be determined, and I'm going to ask that question of legal counsel after Councilmember Beer makes her comment.
Thank you very much. I feel like I can give my feedback and direction. Like, I feel like I'm ready to do that. So I don't know if everyone else is ready to do that, but I'm going to just start with thank you so much for responding to the survey. The survey questions were really important to us as an ad hoc, us as a council, to really find out how you're feeling about your participation in committee and commissions and what that looks like and how it can be improved. So I really appreciate the data. That means a lot. It means a lot to me. And I think that there's room for some changes in meeting structure where every single committee and every single commissioner has an opportunity to speak. And I know they do that at Park and Rec. It was a really great example of they go down the row. Every single person gets to comment. Every single person gets to ask a question. So I think there can be some changes in the meeting structure. I think this is what I heard. I heard invitation, informal, relationship building. So I think that having OSPAC be very involved in creating the invitations to our developers and to the community, I think is super important, and I think that's a way that we can move forward with this. I think if we have an opportunity to look at budget, and I know that won't be till next year, but we can maybe have budget for, like, I don't know, brochures or flyers, something to where OSPAC is able to really express how important it is, and the good things about it. Not like this is punitive, like if you come here, we're going to talk about all the problems. No, if you come and present to OSPAC, then you have an opportunity to hear about all the good things too. Like, this is an opportunity, a positive opportunity. And so I feel very strongly about that. And 1 through 4, I think are great as they are. I think that's it.
If we feel comfortable giving direction, Mayor Pro Tem?
I think that the very first thing to do would be to standardize the letter between OSPAC and planning. I think it's an ask for the developer to see if they want to come. I don't think you can make them. The public does have the opportunity to speak at every council and every planning commission, and it would give them an additional place to speak about a project. I don't feel like OSPAC should be making decisions on development because, like I said, as a planning commissioner, you're given a giant pack and you do a lot of research on every project that comes before you. The city does have a list of all projects that anyone in the public can go to and see if people have submitted projects and where they are in the process, if they're done, if they are incomplete, and has information about them. Maybe a couple more lines on that would help the public. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Councilmember Bowles.
I didn't know I had my light on, but I'll go. Unless somebody wants to go first. Sue, okay. Yeah, I'm leaning towards, I think, keeping the process as it is, where it's informal and not required. but I really want to strengthen the process and do more to encourage more participation by developers. And so I'm in agreement with the letter and, some of the things that we've talked about this evening. I mean, other questions are, whether we can ask a developer to outreach to define neighbors, whether we can, further define the role and the purview and, exactly what items would be discussed. And that is also part of the communication to the developer, that, they're not reviewing the whole design of their project, but kind of explaining the limited review and the opportunity for community buy-in, which kind of helps their project down the line. We didn't talk more about the sites, that we didn't have a lot of discussion about that. I'm uncomfortable just saying add all HPD sites or add all sites that are adjacent to what's existing now, but if OSPAC was to make a list, I mean, there is a map in the general plan, for example, of sites that are currently HPD. So I think that would be really easy to add those parcels. The way the general plan was written, it vaguely, if Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, said that we would also include all sites that had a slope of more than 30%. And we don't even have a definition of that ourselves, and so that's hard to kind of know and convey to a developers. I mean, I think we would need to actually know parcel numbers and be able to specify if we were adding things. But I have no problem if you all want to take on that additional role of adding those projects, and just knowing that some of the HPD parcels that are in my neighborhood, for example. It's not just that they're HPD, but they're contiguous and form open space that connects to Malaga Ridge, and so then they're potentially wildlife corridors and so forth. So I think having a thoughtful process of reviewing and deciding what sites would be added would be good. I would love to see a map that's digitized that I can read it, because right now it's driving me nuts trying to look at this piece of paper. And I don't know if it bothers you all, but I don't know if that's a difficult thing for staff. I would like to see Zoom meetings back. I noticed, I went back and read the general plan, and actually there's a few other ideas I have that OSPAC didn't bring up that I want to maybe ask you all to consider. One of the things the general plan added were goals, just a study and a grant funding for looking at wildlife corridors that aren't well defined. And so, that might be something that you can help, because I don't know who in staff would be working on that now. So that was something that the general plan identified as something we'd want to work on. I don't think right now that you've been asked to comment on the housing element sites that are in the manual, and I would love to hear your input on that. And sometimes there's other projects that the city institutes, either through Public Works or like the quarry, we're going to be working on a specific plan, and that's one of the parcels in your site, and I would hope that you all would be engaged, in helping create that document too. Yeah, that's what I got.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
In the interest of time, and given that I gave my lengthy opinion before, I'll just say that I'm looking forward to working on this further. I don't think that we're going to be able to address all of the issues that were brought forward. I do want to put a plug in for something that I discussed with OSPAC members after one of the meetings I attended recently, which is an overlap. As much as we've been talking about the overlap or contiguous interest between OSPAC and the Planning Commission, I think there's similarly a very important overlap or cross between OSPAC and the Economic Development Committee, especially in terms of recreational based kinds of tourism. So we talk about that a lot in EDC, where I am the council liaison, along with Councilmember Beer. And I really feel it'd be important to have a meeting between the two groups at some point in time, invite a joint meeting or something for getting some of those ideas out. That's all I have.
I agree. I think for me, the importance of updating the Open Space Task Force report was frankly highlighted by a lot of the comments Councilmember Bowles made. I think that studying what that would mean at an OSPAC meeting and just seeing where that could go would be a really good first step to seeing if it's worth the staff time and effort, because I agree with Ellen that it seems like a lot of work, and we want to make sure that we do get something good out of it if we're going to be putting that much work into it. What I heard consistently was a letter penned by the chair and vice chair inviting applicants to voluntarily come. Sounds like a good idea to me. And it occurred to me as it was mentioned back on what's going on a different site in the task force report, printed material might be helpful. I don't know if it's too much to actually, print out the pages that have the maps of the parcels, but if not, even just, whatever James is going to report out or whatever you're going to report out in regards to this is what's going on, then they could take that home and reference the task force report. I assume everybody digitally gets a copy of the task force report, but I don't know that off the top of my head, and I'd like to make sure that happens, if not, so that everyone has reference material. And one thing that wasn't mentioned, but some of the feedback from the surveys, in my head, a retreat opportunity for OSPAC. There was a lot of, well, we don't necessarily know each other as much as we could. We don't necessarily know the material as well as we could. And I thought, oh, well, maybe we should take one meeting out of the year or some such and designate it as a special 3-hour, 4-hour-long meeting where OSPAC could discuss what would be helpful to discuss as a group for a longer period of time. And chair and vice chair maybe could work on what that would look like so that the group can become tighter, so that everyone can be on the same page more strongly in terms of what should we be trying to do. Everyone can be more comfortable bringing their voice to the table and learning with their voice in different perspectives, how that adds to each other. And so that was one thing that occurred to me as I was reading through the material. I don't know if we've had as robust a discussion as we could have had, and I feel very constrained by time. I feel like we were in the middle of a really good conversation. We might have even been toward the end of it, but I'm left with this lingering sense of surely we could have had more.
Yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yeah, same.
So I think what I'd like to do is pitch back to OSPAC, kind of a debrief and deconstruction of how y'all felt about this meeting, and whether or not y'all feel like you would like to come back and engage with us more.
We can do that.
There were a lot of good ideas here that maybe could be fleshed out a little bit, and certainly I'll hear from staff later how they felt it went, but I'm getting nods from council that it feels like we're not quite done with a very good conversation, and so I'd like to suggest to staff to listen to what OSPAC says and take this as an indication now that it would be good at some point in the not too distant future to come back to have a round 2.
Mayor Big Stick, I want to try to understand and be more specific about the direction there. So there's a couple things. One is that you're directing OSPAC to take this up and discuss, and staff to bring back potential future joint study session. Again, what I had in my mind, which I'll just throw out there, there's been a lot of input and a lot of ideas shared, robust discussion, more discussion necessary. There's more clarity on some of those points than there are on others. and one of the paths forward, because remember, the goal here is revisions to the charter and direction, and staff could take all of that, like we do with lots of other issues, and process it and bring it back to a consideration item for the council to have that more robust discussion about what to decide to do and what direction to give. So that's another approach in moving this process forward. If it's being kicked back to OSPAC, my request would be, and the committee members should speak up for themselves, to provide more clear direction about what they are discussing and then what would come back to the council.
Okay.
Well, I'll just put my 2 cents in there. I think this is the time to extend our study sessions because we're actually taking the time to review charters, right? And so, to me, that I would like to see an extended conversation also with OSPAC.
And I think why I'm recommending that this item go back to OSPAC for them to debrief a bit on it is so that they can deliberate on how they felt heard and on which issues that they don't have to bring back to us for discussion and where they might like to discuss more with us. And frankly, y'all might get back there and say, well, it would have been nice to have that extra half hour of time, but maybe not much more will come to it if we have that full, robust joint study session. But I'd like to give them that opportunity to make that request one way or the other, because to me, it felt like we were 75% of the way there, and then we crammed it in at the end. And I want to make sure that we breathe into this, as Councilmember Beer said, if we're going to be doing the work to revise the charter, we want to make sure that we do that work fully and not abbreviate it. So I do want to give them the opportunity to make a suggestion to us one way or the other. And then if the answer is no, most of it got sussed out, then okay, we can bring it back as a consideration item. And what form that takes, whether or not we have a liaison from OSPAC or a more robust representation from OSPAC during that consideration, that could be a part of the answer. Chair, does that all sound good to you? Reasonable? Do you want to leave screaming with your hair on fire? What?
Not yet.
Okay, very good.
So just to be clear, so I understand the process here. At this point, we're going to pause, go back to OSPAC, get more information from where we came from. And we are then resuming a part 2 of the study session?
Potentially, if OSPAC feels it's in their interest to resume a part 2.
Okay. All right, that's clear. All right, got it.
Okay. Staff, thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we're going to adjourn the special study session at 7:42. Again, I do want to apologize to everyone who's been patiently waiting for the regular council session, which I will begin at 7:42. I know that we have guests waiting to talk to us. And so after special presentations, I think we'll pause for a recess, but I would like to get through special presentations, if that's acceptable to come. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, OSPAC.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
City manager? Well, city manager will catch up. The time is now 7:55. We are beginning the open regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Pacifica on Monday, August 28th, just a short 55 minutes past when we should have. And thank you again for everyone who has been patient with us. We were having a important and robust discussion with OSPAC prior to now. So, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas is
Here, calling from a different location on Zoom, due to an emergency medical issue. Thank you.
and Mayor Big Stick.
I am present. Do we need to go through the same procedure with Mayor Pro Tem as we did when we opened the special study session?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus is requesting to participate remotely pursuant to AB 2449, which allows remote participation for emergency circumstances. Mayor Pro Tem, can you confirm for the record that you are requesting to participate remotely under AB 2449 because of an emergency circumstance?
Yes, and there is no one in the room with me.
Can you please describe for the record the general circumstances relating to your need to appear remotely?
Emergency medical issues.
And with that, I'll call for the roll call vote of council to approve Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas's participation via Zoom due to emergency circumstances. We'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
Councilmember Beer.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas.
Yes.
And Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
And just to note, due to Councilmember Bowles' remote participation, all votes will be done by roll call vote this evening.
Vaterlas, not Bowles.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas's remote participation. Thank you, Councilmember Bowles.
Friendly reminder to the folks in the audience, if you're parked in the parking lot, you might put a parking permit in your dash. They're located at the bottom of the stairs on the door, and that way there's no fear of a ticket. City Clerk, are there any notes you want to read off regarding the meeting?
Tonight's meeting will be held in person with an alternative form of participation and observation of the meeting via live stream on www.cityofpacifica.org/livestream, Comcast Cable Channel 26, or via Zoom through the Zoom link provided in the agenda, as well as the dial-in information provided in the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas will be participating remotely as approved by council as well on Zoom.
Thank you. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. Can we please have a salute to the flag led by Councilmember Beckmeyer?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And with that, we have 4 special presentations tonight, the first being a presentation by San Mateo Resource Conservation District, or RCD. Kelix Nelson, welcome. It is so good to have you here with us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I presume, well, we'll see if I know how to use this. So yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for having me. My name is Kelix Nelson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Resource Conservation District, or RCD, in San Mateo County. I think I last met with you about 2 years ago when we were talking at that time about the process we were going through with LAFCO to expand our sphere of influence. So it's been a while, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you. And let's see if I can advance this slide. Where do I point it? Just anywhere? Thank you. So we are a special district in San Mateo County. There are about 100 RCDs in California, a few thousand around the nation. And in fact, San Mateo County created the first conservation district in California in 1939. This is one of our original photos back when we were called the Soil Conservation District. And we're co-located in Half Moon Bay with the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service. And to oversimplify what we do, we help people help the land. This is, on the left, is a map of the area that we serve, which is largely western half of San Mateo County. The darker green areas are our current boundary, and the sort of peach-colored areas are also included in our sphere of influence. And you'll see that a lot of those are donut holes within our district boundaries that were areas when we originally were created to serve farms, weren't envisioned for what our future role would be. So we continue to serve those places even though they're not in our boundaries, they're in our sphere of influence. And on the right, you can see how that shapes up in Pacifica. And that's particularly noteworthy because so much of our work in Pacifica has to do with stormwater and developed areas. So what do? We provide holistic, integrated assistance for the best management of natural resources. And those efforts can be described in these 5 sort of focal areas, although often our work has benefits that go across multiple areas, so they're almost arbitrary distinctions sometimes. We just completed a 15-year impact report for the period that ended 2022 that I believe was handed out to you. I think you all have it. It's also online on our website, and it's available in English and in Spanish. So please feel free to share that, look through it, and get to know us a little bit better. So these 5 program areas essentially are forest health and fire resiliency, doing work that helps protect and enhance habitat for wildlife, particularly threatened and endangered species, all aspects of water resources, from water pollution to water conservation to water security, climate change. We do a lot having to do with climate change, both mitigating climate change, trying to reverse it, and adapting to the climate change that's happening now. And also, we were formed by farmers, and we continue to provide a lot of assistance to agricultural operations, whether they're the more rural, conventional, commercial scale ones, or the urban and community gardens. So about that clean water piece, that's what a lot of our focus has been on in the city of Pacifica. We investigate, monitor, and remediate water pollution. That is a lot of our focus here in the city. We work with marinas, farms, parks, equestrian operations, facilities, residences, cities, utilities, you name it, to improve and protect water quality. Some of the highlights from the 15-year impact report that you have include that we've monitored during that time, we monitored pollution regularly at about 40 sites. Some of our implementation projects reduced pollution from less than 22,000 gallons of stormwater during every rain event, and we've worked with dozens of equestrian operations. The one program alone specifically provided more than 40 equestrians and ranchers with hands-on training and peer learning, building things like manure composting facilities, improving pastures, paddocks, and drainage. That's for the mutual benefit of water pollution or water quality and animal health and welfare. I also talked about water security, water supply reliability. So we help ensure reliable water for farms, fish, and people, the wildlife and the people who need it. Our region, of course, has no snowpack and the summers are dry. And while in Pacifica, you have a water utility, in much of western San Mateo County, there is no utility at all. And so we help people to conserve, strategically manage, and store water. And this has been particularly valuable in those areas of the coast that aren't served by any water utility. It helps give resilience to drought, and it also helps balance some of the competing demands on limited water resources between, for example, agricultural irrigation, and the migration of salmonids, of salmon and coho salmon and steelhead trout. So these are some of the metrics that were highlighted in that last report. Incidentally, that top photo is from the community of Lomamar that needed some water storage. And then the bottom photo is an example of something that looks like a natural feature on the landscape, but is actually an irrigation reservoir for a pond that enables the farm to divert from a creek when water is high, store the water, and then irrigate from that instead of the creek when water is low for wildlife. And so some of the accomplishments that are in that 15-year period include, you'll see the amount of water that was conserved or stored annually. Acre feet can be a little bit esoteric for people who don't inhabit the world that I inhabit. So just to give you a sense of what that means, well, first of all, an acre foot is 1 acre of land covered in 1 foot of water. But what these numbers mean is that this is the amount of water that is used by about half the population of the South Coast annually, is the amount that we have conserved and stored collectively in these projects. And in some of these creeks that have where they go dry in a drought, and that can make the difference between whether a species goes extinct in that creek. It has as much as doubled the flow in those creeks during critical low flow times. And I also mentioned that we do a lot of work having to do with forest health and fire resilience, and this is also an area where we're being asked right now to help with some of the concerns with eucalyptus and fire risk around Pacifica, particularly around Highway 1. So we work with communities and landowners to reduce the risk of catastrophic fire, but also to improve forest health and biological diversity and resilience to climate change. And unfortunately, much of our work has also involved helping people and the land recover after fires do occur, such as what happened in August of 2020. So during the period of time that this report covered, we created defensible space for over 1,800 homes in 19 communities throughout the county. That is through the CHIPPER program, that photo on the lower right, which is pretty popular. People are really wanting assistance creating defensible spaces. We also, during that period of time, restored 546 acres of forests for ecological health. And that is during that period of time. We're working on a few thousand more currently, including a project at Butno State Park down in Pescadero that's focused almost entirely on ecological restoration and helping the forests survive. And then that last bullet, we could say it's an error. We can just say we're so proud of it that we wanted to restate it on a separate slide. And the other project that we're doing currently is working with San Mateo County Parks to remove eucalyptus trees in Quarry Park in El Granada to reduce the risk of wildfire threat to the community, also to provide access for firefighting in that highly flammable area. And I mentioned the wildlife. Of course, this is near and dear to us. I don't know if you know that in San Mateo County, there are over 40 species of plants and animals at risk of extinction. On the one hand, it's really exciting that this is a place that's still hospitable to them and they're still persisting here. On the other hand, they're in jeopardy. And so a lot of our work is focused on giving them a chance to survive, whether they're steelhead trout. Actually, some of the ones in this watershed are steelhead trout, California red-legged frogs, San Francisco garter snake. I am particularly inspired in this watershed, in this area, by steelhead, that I think most people in this city don't even realize that in their backyards on the creek, there are these majestic animals that are completing a migration from thousands of miles out in the ocean that's incredibly mysterious, and they find their way back here to this creek where they were originally spawned, and they spawn again. And that is just an extraordinary life story that's happening right here, right now. And so a lot of our interest is making sure that they continue to thrive. So during the period of time of this report, we restored 1,500 acres of habitat. And just to give you some context for that, that's about 1.5 times the size of Golden Gate Park. We installed 5 miles of hedgerows. This is native plants that have all sorts of benefits for pollinators and birds and habitat, but also for gardens and our local food system. And we removed 8 dams in San Mateo County that restored access to 118 miles of creeks. I think most people don't even know San Mateo County has 118 miles of creeks, let alone that removing 8 dams added that much more. And it added more that is really some of the best habitat around. So, oh, you know what, actually, I think there's something else I want to note here, which is that while it's true that, oh, it doesn't go back, it wants me to move along. While it's true that this habitat restoration benefits wildlife, it's also true that the work that we do that is habitat restoration has a lot of benefits for humans. The same things reduce or mitigate flooding, it mitigates catastrophic erosion, it can mitigate the risk of fire, it can help a community be resilient to climate change, let alone the beauty, the inspiration, and the connection that we have to the wildlife itself. And so, onto the agricultural part of our work. I mentioned that we were formed by farmers in 1939, and we see local farms as an essential part of the local economy, the character of the coast, our local food system. And we work at the intersection of conservation and agricultural production, whether that environmental sustainability is supporting viable agriculture in urban farms and gardens or conventional production. No matter what it is, we see them as stewards of the land, and we want to support that. During the time of this report, we assisted 136 of those farms and did things like helping them divert 50,000 pounds of plastic drip line irrigation from landfills and recycle it. We worked with 28 farms to develop conservation and carbon farm plans that help these farms draw greenhouse gases down from the atmosphere and store it in biologically rich soils and vegetation that help their operation, help us with drought resilience, help with wildlife, and that means that they sequester 6,330 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And to give you a sense of what that means, that's equivalent to nearly 16 miles driven each year. That's 16 miles that weren't driven by farming properly. And then this slide is to tell you what is the bang for the buck. The property tax base that we receive each year is about $70,000. For every dollar of property taxes that we receive, we bring $50 of state and federal grants into this county to get work done. And over 90% of the funds that come into the RCD go straight out to constituents on the ground making improvements. I'd say we're a good bang for the buck. Yeah. And then in Pacifica, I wanted to highlight some of the specific projects we're doing here. We've worked on the San Pedro Creek Fish Passage project. So there's where Adobe Drive goes across the creek. We're working with the city on fixing that crossing so that fish can pass and the banks are more stable for adjacent landowners and that the water can pass through better. We have provided a lot of technical assistance to residents on the creek who are concerned about like bank stability and erosion and water quality. We partner with the city and others to monitor water quality for like heavy metals and bacteria and that sort of thing. First flush is the first big storm of the year. The city pays $5,000 towards that collective effort that we do with the National Marine Sanctuary, City of Half Moon Bay, and others, and monitor between Half Moon Bay and Pacifica. I think later on your agenda, you're going to be talking about the special study that is looking at what is the risk, when is it, where is it at the beach. We also have been doing extensive monitoring, including partnering with some of your staff and the county throughout the watershed to understand when and where bacteria come through. Doing also education and outreach for specifically focused on pet waste, which is something we can control. We've provided extensive assistance to horse ranches in this area, having to do with manure management, roads management, all sorts of things for water quality improvements. We've assisted 2 urban farms in Pacifica on things like soil health and safety and irrigation and pollinators. And we just applied for a grant to NOAA, the federal agency, a coastal resiliency grant that would address, if awarded these funds, they award 15 in the nation, so I'm not banking on it, but I'm putting it out there. So there's a section behind Crespi that is paved. It goes behind maybe a couple dozen homes And that drainage, that concrete drainage, where it enters San Pedro Creek is where we see some of the most significant inputs of fecal indicator bacteria. So we've proposed a project to be able to turn that into a bioswale, bioengineer that so nature can do its job to filter and have other benefits of managing water and groundwater recharge and that sort of thing. And that is it. So thank you for having me. That's it. And the slides after this, you don't want to advance those. Those are only if people ask me questions about those things, so we can stop it from advancing. Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here. I would imagine our council does have a handful of questions for you. I have no lights at this time, but
I don't have a question. I just have appreciation. What you do is amazing, and I love how you partner with so many people in our community. And in my mind, as you were saying, the benefits for human members of the ecosystem, I would add to that just mental health. I mean, there are so many smiles on faces. I don't get to go to the San Pedro Creek cleanups nearly as often as I want to, but everyone out there, when I go, they're just so engaged. Everyone I know that is doing way more detailed work than that on improving water quality, on the fish ladders and such. It's like a passion project, and it's giving people another outlet, another resource. I think we learned how necessary that is through the pandemic, and I just am so thrilled that we have this opportunity for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that because I should have mentioned that one of the things that I love about working in Pacifica specifically is Pacifica, more than any other area that we work, has so much community capacity for conservation. You've got the San Pedro Creek Watershed Coalition, which is a very sophisticated volunteer group with people who had careers in this kind of work, who are retired and just volunteering because they love this creek. You've got, of course, the folks that are doing the beach cleanup. You've got the land trust folks. You've got, I mean, your city manager, he and I met when he was the deputy director of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. So Kevin and I have been working in conservation spaces together for, I'm thinking like 15 years maybe. So I mean, your city manager comes from a conservation background. The capacity in this community for conservation is really amazing and a pleasure to work with.
I just want to add to that. I'm sorry all the OSPAC members left because I hope that they're aware of all you're doing too, because this is our Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, and I mean, they were talking about wanting to do some of the same work, the eucalyptus and fire management and, you know, obviously habitat restoration. I love the idea of the bioswales. I mean, when the city was developed, we didn't have the same standards for stormwater runoff, and a lot of our infrastructure is old and overwhelmed, and there's so much we can do, you know, to capture that naturally and also improve the environment at the same time. And anyway, I'm going to reach out to those organizations and make sure that they know of you too, you know, if you haven't met with them yet. Because I think they're even more wonderful partners.
Thank you. No, we've never met with them, and I'd welcome that opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I've learned so much, so I really appreciate it. I don't have any questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
thank you so much for being here. While you're here, I want to say thank you for touching on bacteria, because that's a huge hot button topic in Pacifica, and it's very helpful to know that there are folks who are doing the work to try and figure it out. The other thing I wanted to ask you about while you're here is eucalyptus removal in general, especially as you're heading south toward the tunnel. There's that corridor that on the one hand is kind of magical to drive through, and on the other hand, you might stop to think, and is also a crisis waiting to happen if it goes up in flames. Any thoughts off the top of your head? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that.
Oh, no, that's fine. I feel the same conflict. So, you know, my brother calls them "you can lick this" trees because they smell so good. And, you know, there's something kind of magical about how they smell and the crunch and walking through those forests. And that tunnel almost, when you drive through, it feels like you're entering, I don't know, Brigadoon or something. There's something kind of magical about it. And they're invasive exotic species that are highly flammable. They're right next to a roadway, which maybe people would use as egress if there were a fire. They can have, you know, crown fire. They can have the fire can go vertical and are on a slope, and they damage soil health and they accelerate erosion. They suck up a lot of water. They impair biodiversity. You know, they disrupt ecological function. They're basically, you know, from all those like ecosystem process related perspectives, they're a scourge, even if they're pretty.
If I can ask just a follow-up question, so as you're removing eucalyptus, what are you doing, you know, instead after they're removed?
Yeah.
What do you recommend?
I mean, it depends on the project. Every project's designed differently, and you start a project by saying, what are our goals? So if a project is for forest ecological restoration, what it looks like is going to be different from a shaded fuel break, which is about disrupting like continuity of fuels or maybe giving an egress route, you know? So one might look less vegetated than another. And some of the typical sort of things that you see maybe in like tree ordinances and municipalities and stuff is usually like, if you remove a tree, you have to replace with this many trees. But sometimes these are in places that were not forested. They were coastal scrub habitat or grassland habitat. In fact, the San Francisco garter snake, which is critically endangered and endemic to this area, in the recovery plan for that species, the first threat to the species is development. The second is encroachment by forest into grasslands.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
And so, you know, it doesn't always make sense to replace with a tree. Sometimes there's other habitats that are really valuable if ecological restoration is your goal. And if you're just trying to, if your focus is narrowly on, you know, fuels reduction, then it might look very different from an ecological restoration project.
Makes sense. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And I think I favor opportunities later to learn more about what ecological restoration might look like, or for that matter, just getting rid of, you know, a fire hazard that would keep us from saving lives. It's really, really good to have your breadth of knowledge and to hear about the copious amounts of work RCD is doing. And thank you for gracing us with your presence. And we'll be sure to get you some information about OSPAC if you'd like to connect with them in the not too distant future.
Thank you. I do want to make one point of clarification about the experts really in the fire issues are, you know, CAL FIRE and the fire professionals, and I'm not a fire professional. I'm a natural resource management professional. So we really take a lot of our priorities and our cues from those experts, and just wanted to be clear about that. So
very good.
Thank you.
And if I might, just one last thing. I appreciate you giving acknowledgement and a nod to our water district who are here in the back of the room. Thank you for being here. And the partnership opportunities that we have between all of these agencies are phenomenal. So we're really excited to work with you and keep working with you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is about Recovery Happens Month, which is September of 2023. Whereas the month of September 2023 is National Recovery Month, and whereas National Recovery Month spreads the positive message that behavioral health is essential to overall health, and whereas treatment and prevention providers across the communities of San Mateo County have dedicated themselves to promoting recovery, saving lives, destigmatizing and educating the public about substance use and co-occurring disorders, and whereas every day in the city of Pacifica, men, women, and youth enter treatment for substance use and mental health disorders and begin the road to wellness and recovery in a system which emphasizes behavioral health as an essential part of overall health. And whereas San Mateo County continues to support Recovery Month's mission to improve the lives of those living with these disorders, to celebrate individuals in recovery, and to acknowledge those working to provide integrated recovery services. And whereas prevention works, treatment is effective, and recovery is possible. And whereas people can and do recover. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim September 23 as Recovery Happens Month in the City of Pacifica. Let us all remember that while the road to recovery may be difficult, the benefits of preventing and overcoming substance use and co-occurring disorders are significant and valuable to individuals, families, and communities. Let us remember there are multiple pathways to recovery, and let us remember everyone's journey results in their own unique experience of recovery. Recovery Happens Month is supported and celebrated in the City of Pacifica and promotes the importance of prevention, treatment, and recovery. In this spirit, this year's theme is Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. Done this 28th day of August, 2023. I believe I'm welcoming Greg Thompson and Veronica Antonelli.
Yeah, that is correct. Good
Welcome.
evening. Thank you. My name is Greg Thompson. I'm joined by Veronica Antonelli. We are here from Voices of Recovery, San Mateo County. We are both in long-term recovery from substance use challenges. I also grew up in Pacifica, and we're both current Pacifica residents. We would like to thank the mayor and the council members of Pacifica on behalf of Voices of Recovery and the Recovery Happens Committee for joining us to proclaim September is Recovery Happens Month.
Thanks. Good evening, everybody. A little bit about National Recovery Month. It started in 1989, and it is held every September to promote and support the nation's strong and proud recovery community, new evidence-based treatment and recovery practices, dedicated service providers and community members who make recovery in all its forms possible. Voices of Recovery in collaboration with San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, the Office of Diversity and Equity, and many community members and allies come together each year to increase public awareness surrounding substance use and mental health recovery. Together, we continue to bring awareness to people, and we can and do recover. Over the course of the month of September, hundreds of people in our community will gather to help reduce the stigma of substance use and mental health challenges and celebrate accomplishments of those successfully entering recovery and beginning fulfilling lives, not only in San Mateo County, but recovery programs all over the country. We'll raise awareness about recovery and share the positive stories of their transformed lives. We also have some flyers that we would like to give to you all.
Thank you again for your amazing proclamation that September is Recovery Happens Month in 2023. We encourage everyone to promote our theme, which, as was read, is recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, and every community. We hope you will continue to support our events throughout the month of September, starting with a candlelight vigil at the County Superior Courthouse on Friday, September 1st at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite comments.
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought I could stay much longer, and I've got to go. So thank you, and I'll see you next time.
We love you, Sue.
Love you, Sue.
Love you.
Thanks for being here.
Love you,
Bye.
sir. Okay. With that, Councilmember Beer.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. In my day job, I work with young people doing brief intervention and primary prevention, trying to prevent addiction, right? Using harm reduction approaches to prevent addiction in our young people and hopefully lead them to a path where they can choose healthier habits, much healthier than the habits that I chose. And I couldn't do any of that if I wasn't a woman in recovery. recovery is the basis to everything I do. It's the most important thing in my life, and I couldn't be here without it. So please know that you are so appreciated. And you live here in Pacifica, let's get coffee. Like, I'm so happy to see you and to know you.
Thank you. There's an event coming up on the 31st at Muscle Rock about substance abuse awareness, 6 to 7, I believe.
6:30.
6:30.
At Muscle Rock, Overdose Awareness Night.
And, I could delve into numerous stories about being affected by loved ones with substance issues. And, it certainly touched my life. And so I appreciate y'all here being here to tell us your story and to receive this proclamation. I'm going to go ahead and bring this down to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Okay. Next proclamation is Suicide Prevention Month. Whereas the City Council of the City of Pacifica will join the county, state, and country in honoring Suicide Prevention Month, which is September, National Suicide Prevention Week, which is September 10th through the 16th, and World Suicide Prevention Day, which is September 10th, to spread the message that suicide can be prevented. And whereas in 2022, 67 people died by suicide in San Mateo County, and 13,525 calls were received by the San Mateo County Crisis Line. And whereas the City of Pacifica residents are urged to play a role in supporting each other and preventing suicide by knowing the signs of suicide, finding the words to communicate, and reaching out to local 24/7 resources, including our local San Mateo County Crisis Line, which is run by Star Vista Crisis Center. And for that, please call 650-579-0350 or visit sanmateocrisis.org. Or you can dial 988, which is the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and you can either call or text 988, very much like a 911 for suicide and crisis. Whereas the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Office of Diversity and Equity, Mayor's Mental Health Initiative, and partners are collectively organizing activities that our community can participate in throughout September's Suicide Prevention Month, including free in-person and virtual events, advocacy days, and a communication campaign. The 2023 theme is Share Hope Together. Ongoing updates will be posted at www.smchealth.org/SPM. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Suicide Prevention Month in the City of Pacifica and call upon everyone in our community to find their role in suicide prevention, done this 28th day of August, 2023. Chloe May and Michael Lam, I presume?
Yes.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members, city staff, and residents of the City of Pacifica. My name is Michael Lim, and I'm a member of the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission. And this evening, I am accompanied by a very bright youth from your community to help us do our work. And I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chloe May. I am a senior at Oceana High School, and I'm also a member of the San Mateo County Youth Mental and Behavioral Health Commission Youth Action Board.
Well, thank you very much for joining the county and your neighboring cities and towns to proclaim September as Suicide Prevention Month. I'm honored to accept your proclamation on behalf of the Commission. I encourage you and your residents to promote this year's theme. Like you mentioned earlier, Mr. Mayor, the theme is Share Hope Together. The act of sharing, whether it's through sharing stories, your time, resources, or your experiences, can serve as a powerful tool in suicide prevention. One of the ways to share hope together is by wearing purple and teal color, like the lapel pin I have here. And that's the national colors of Suicide Prevention Month. And using this year's theme as a virtual background in your video conferences, which can be found on the county's website.
Now, we can achieve this theme that Michael mentioned, which is share hope together, by knowing the sides of suicide. This means finding words by checking in with people in our lives who we are concerned about, and sharing resources, which includes what Mayor Big Stick talked about earlier. This can be the San Mateo County Star Vista Crisis Hotline, the 3-digit National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, as well as the county's website.
Now, other ways to share hope together are to attend free in-person or virtual events and share resources. One of the trainings that's coming up in your neighborhood is the Be Sensitive and Be Brave training that's going to happen at your Sharp Park Library on Monday, September the 18th from 5:30 to 7:30. And basically what this training does is to teach you to teach the attendees to recognize the signs of crisis, how to sensitively approach the person in crisis, and to thoughtfully guide them to resources that could help them. And before I end, I would like to extend an invitation to everyone to attend the Behavioral Health Commission meetings, which happens on the first Wednesday of every month from 3:30 to 5:30. And because on that meeting, we are going to have lots of announcements of upcoming other committee meetings and other events, training events, that's accessible free to everyone in San Mateo County. And with that, thank you for recognizing September as Suicide Prevention Month.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Michael. It's so good to see you, always. We see each other in lots of different places for many years now, so it's good to see you here. And Chloe, come by the chill room in the dark hall, room 404, on Wednesdays.
Sounds good. For Be the Change?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
I want to thank you all for being here and the previous proclamation too. And it this week I had lunch with our wonderful new police chief, Maria Sarasua, and something she shared with me is that a lot of the majority of the police responses in Pacifica are not crime related, but they're mental health related. And just, I think, an understanding of the prevalences and the difficulty of just being a human being alive in this world, and that it's okay, you're not alone, that, you know, reach out for help. There are people that that really do want to help you. A good friend of my daughter was recently suicidal, and she came to my house a few times, and I was trying to talk to her and give her hope and distraction. But I'm so excited about your program because I don't really know. I'm not trained in that, and to be able to the right words versus the wrong words, can really trigger someone. And so just thank you for all you're doing and for sharing these resources with our community.
Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for the work that you do and the advocacy, because bringing it forward consistently is, I think, half of building that awareness, as you're saying, is so important for us all. And I was going to say something about the chief, too, because when I went to a meeting over the weekend, I think I knew about it, but then I really knew about it, that our police chief has established Bridge Watch Angels, Golden Gate Bridge Suicide Watch on major holidays. And that's so inspirational to me, that work she's been doing for many, many, many years. And it's very close to home. So I appreciate all that you're doing and all that you're bringing to our community. Thank you.
I think a lot of the residents share similar sentiments in terms of being a little bit apprehensive in approaching somebody in crisis and knowing the right words to say. And that's why, the county, in conjunction with the San Mateo County Library System, is offering this Be Sensitive, Be Brave training throughout San Mateo County. And hopefully that would alleviate some of the apprehension that most of us feel, and be ready to engage and help save a life.
I have two different things to say, and one on that point is I'm a big believer that speaking a word often takes its power away from it. And there are some who hear that word suicide and they are afraid of that word. And it makes it important that then we're able to incorporate it into our conversational language, because it should be a conversation. Because there are folks with this on their mind who are not finding an easy time engaging in this conversation. And if they hear somebody being able to freely talk about either that specific word suicide or concepts related to it, they might feel more emboldened to engage in that conversation, I think. And having gone through that training a year or two back, really important that when you approach somebody with those in that emotive state, you're not denying them their state of being. Oh, don't feel that way. Wrong thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's that. The other thing that I say yearly as we make this proclamation is being reminded of my own family background. Especially poignant today as I was giving a special guest a tour, and I'll allude to that later in my notes, but I was giving her a tour and driving her down Palmetto, and I'm showing her the various apartment buildings in town, showing where there's affordable housing, and we stop in front of one, and I say, oh, and my uncle used to live there, and my aunt, and different. And that's also where my uncle, is the next thought, killed himself. I was about 4 years old, and that's how I got to learn what death is. And I didn't connect that to the proclamation I'd be giving tonight. And on top of a lot of family history. And so as somebody who has had the opportunity to reckon with my own family history and meander through my own dark thoughts on many an occasion, it's always particularly poignant to me when we as a council offered this proclamation. And thank you so much both for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to bring this down to you. Thank you for the work you do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and I appreciate that we got a late start and we have a lot of proclamations, one left to go. Thank you for the community. These are matters that are important. The last one is National Preparedness Month. Whereas during September, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the National Preparedness Month Coalition urge all Americans to take some simple steps to make their families better prepared for emergencies. And whereas with the COVID-19 pandemic of 2020-2021, the South Bay fires of 2020, and yearly winter storms in our county all will continue to have devastating effects on the people and the economy. And whereas the loss of life and property can be greatly reduced if appropriate preparedness measures are taken before, during, and after a disaster, and whereas these life-saving procedures will be highlighted during the month of September as the North County Fire Authority, City Emergency Services, and other service organizations provide disaster preparedness information to Pacifica residents, and whereas the community should take steps to help them before a disaster strikes, including making a kit, having a plan, being informed, and getting involved, and whereas it is highly recommended that our citizens become involved by participating in earthquake preparedness classes and the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, program, and whereas this important safety information should be studied and observed throughout the year in order to reduce injuries, loss of life, and property damage in the event of a disaster. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as National Preparedness Month in the City of Pacifica, and encourage all Pacifica residents to increase their knowledge and awareness of proper safety measures to follow before, during, and after a disaster, done this 28th day of August, 2023. And I recognize Mr. Bill Amiable here before us tonight.
Yes.
Although I mispronounce your name every chance I get, and I apologize for that.
I'll help you with that. Deputy Chief Bill Amable with North County Fire.
One of these days I'm going to get it, I swear to you.
So anyways, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to thank you on behalf of Chief Myers and North County Fire Authority for the proclamation recognizing National Preparedness Month. It's a reminder for us all to think about emergencies or disasters that might occur for us as individuals, family, our livelihoods, businesses, and neighbors, and to reach out for that. The theme this year is on the elderly, and that's something that I kind of think about often with family members, but I also think about my neighbors that are elderly, and when we're thinking about ourselves, then maybe we got to look around the neighborhood and see if somebody else might need some assistance too while we're looking at preparing for emergencies or disasters ourselves. So there are plenty of resources available for everyone, both locally, statewide, nationally, but we can start here at home with North County Fire Authority .org website, as well as the City of Pacifica's website, to look for those resources and branch out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from council?
Just thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I just want to make a comment in terms of your theme for the elderly and knowing our CERT program here in Pacifica also has a Map Your Neighborhood program, and I know some residents up close to Skyline who have done this, and that's really a key part, is kind of understanding your neighbors, understanding who the elderly, the maybe disabled community are, so that we can look out for each other, and go and assist in an emergency. And so I think that focus is really important, especially, as our community ages. And I'm a big fan of the CERT program, knowing that you all will be very busy in an earthquake or a major emergency, and it's so important for public members to be empowered to, do basic first aid and, searching and helping each other, because the big help might not come for a few days. And I know you have a sign up on your own website. I was just checking, and I know our police is setting up classes specific to Pacifica, but you can take classes anywhere and help in your own community. And anyway, thank you for all you do to help us be prepared. The day will come. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Mr. Amable, I'm practicing.
Very good.
I think that aside from CERT, other low-hanging fruit is becoming better acquainted with Zone Haven, knowing your zone, as you alluded to, and also SMC alerts. And if you could take a moment to go over SMC alerts.
People can sign up for SMC alerts or anything that might be broadcasted in this county. You'll get them on your phones, as an alert. You just need to sign up for it. It's very basic. So.
Very basic, and it comes as simple as, you get traffic information where there's been a crash or whatever. But in the case of needing to evacuate, I think it works hand in hand with Zone Haven, does it not, knowing your zone?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you so much for all the work you do. I'm going to have city staff bring this to you down the road.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this brings us to consent calendar. Any council members wish to pull an item from consent?
And Mayor Big Stick, before the council considers consent calendar, I do have one change that I need to note. It's regarding item 2, I believe, yes. Item 2, sorry, I'm just getting my notes here. So on item 2, there were 2 agreements inadvertently attached to the item.
Oh, that's right.
And attachment B is the corrected signed agreement. And so we would like to note for the record that attachment A will be removed from that item.
Is there any further language that's needed to make the motion?
To incorporate the city manager's suggestion into the motion would be great.
Thank you very much. Any council members wishing to pull an item from consent? If not, we'll bring it to public comment on consent items. I don't have any cards for consent. Emily, is there anyone on the line?
We have one raised hand from Kimberly Williams.
Okay. Kimberly Williams, if you'd like to speak on consent items 1 through 4, by all means, unmute yourself. I'll let you know when you have a minute left, and please state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would just like to comment on item number 4. I'm Kimberly Williams, and I represent San Mateo County Chapter of Surfrider. Lindamar is a beautiful beach, much loved by both residents and visitors to Pacifica. It's a significant asset to the city for the number of visitors it draws every year who enjoy the beach and engage in recreational activities in the water. It's a popular surf spot locally and in the larger Bay Area. And visitors to Lindamar Beach nourish local businesses such as grocery stores, pharmacies, coffee shops, restaurants, and surf shops and surf clubs. It's a focal point for young people learning to surf and for fun events like EcoFest and the annual dog surfing contest. The care and energy that residents and organizations like Pacifica Beach Coalition put into stewardship is also evidence of how much this beach matters to all of us. Water quality issues at Lindamar Beach impact all of these stakeholders. I want to thank the RCD for all the important work that they do, and Surfrider fully supports and encourages the city to adopt the resolution as recommended by staff to amend the interagency agreement to add the bacteria TMDL special study services for Lindamar Beach. This will help provide a more complete picture of the problem, the sources, and inform next steps to ensure a healthy, safe, and clean beach and surf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe the caller was referring to item number 3, which is the interagency agreement with San Mateo Resource Conservation District in regards to studying the bacteria in our creek.
Correct.
Do we have any other commenters on the line?
We have an additional raised hand from Remy Tan.
Remy Tan, I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Remy Tan, architect, Pacific Manor, Edgemar. I want to comment on a couple of items. I item number 2, I want to thank Christian for addressing that issue. I complained about that a couple of times every time I walked by about the concrete bluff reinforcement. So I'm glad to see that's underway to be removed. And I think there were a couple other citizens complained about that. So that's great news to hear that. And again, before it is, while it's still up there, again, urge the city to make sure that the area is cordoned off so it doesn't fall on anybody at the beach below. Second item I want to comment was about item number 5. I strongly encourage the city not.
I'm sorry, Remy, I'm going to interrupt you there. Item number 5 is not on consent calendar, but you're welcome to comment on it when it comes up on the other side of staff
Sorry,
report.
I'm misreading the notes here.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay, and then there was a great presentation by the Historic Resource Committee earlier, and would encourage them, to be brought on board to deal with the San Pedro Creek. Seems like they're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There are no other raised hands.
And I have no other cards and see no one approaching, so I'll close public comment on consent at this time and bring it back to council. Councilmember Bowles.
Did I push my button again without knowing that I pushed my button? But I will speak. I think I'm sitting in a different spot and I'm pushing it with my belly. Too much information.
Not for this council.
It's almost 9. I want to thank Remy for having brought that. I hadn't heard that from him myself. I think that was before I came on council. But also Kimberly Finelli is here, and she also took some pictures after the storms in January, and of some of the things that were falling on the beach, and of this concrete that was dangerously hiding. And then just to encourage the public to reach out to us, send us pictures. You are our eyes and ears. We can't be everywhere. Our staff can't be everywhere, and we just really appreciate you. And with that, I can make a motion if there are no other comments. So, okay, I make a motion that we approve the consent calendar, incorporating the city manager's suggestions for item 2.
I second.
We've got a motion and a second. Now that Mayor Pro Tem has left us, does that mean we go back to using our buttons, or would you still prefer us to do a roll call?
Well, I don't have the vote board set up for the button voting, so we'll continue to do a roll call vote. If we take a recess, then I will set up the button voting.
Let's take a recess after we take a roll call on this item and after we give all our public comment and council comment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For the consent calendar with item number 2 as amended, roll call vote starting with Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
Councilmember Beer.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
And we'll note that Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas is absent.
So
The consent calendar passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. That brings us to public comments on items not on the posted agenda. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under public comments on items not on the posted agenda. Simply put, we don't do a back and forth. If you ask a question, we're not going to answer you in real time. Sometimes we are willing to make clarifying remarks on the other side if it seems pertinent. So stick around to see that part depending, but we don't engage in discussion during public comment. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. Persons addressing the City Council, please adhere to the time limit. And we want to keep it nice and civil around here. If it becomes unruly, then there's various legalese and gavel banging, and it becomes unpleasant. So let's just try and keep it above the belt, so to speak. And with that, I have 2 cards currently. And if anyone wishes to speak, you're welcome to fill out a card in the back and bring it up. I have Lynn Gallo, followed by Gail Benton Shoemaker. Lynn Gallo?
Thank you for letting me speak. It's Lynn Gallo. I'm with the Pacifica Chamber of Commerce. I'm a volunteer. I work in the office and I manage the office and the publications that we put out. I'm here to introduce our map. Our map follows the same branding as our directory. The hotels are featured on this map. This is an advertising tool we're using. And we all know it's hot in the Central Valley. And the first thing we're getting is they're coming here to escape the heat, but they want to know where they can buy a sweatshirt and sweatpants. Yeah. So Ross is getting a lot of business. They come in shorts and they're really excited to go to the beach. But in any event, we wanted to hit the Central Valley because that's where a lot of people are coming. And in fact, last summer, we had several people take their kids out of school in Modesto because the air conditioning didn't work. They stayed at the hotel as a family and did online, basically, education. So we wanted to really hit that Central Valley. So this tool will be distributed. We print 10,000 copies. A chunk of them goes to the hotels. In our public areas, our community center, any place where we're going to have the public, this will be available. The map's history was it was put out by the Pacifica Tribune 30 years ago, and then they stopped and changed ownership. So the chamber took it over, and our first map, we used the original map, and it's changed a lot. So this one is updated. With all of the new changes, we hired a map person to update it. We also partnered with the city on the workstation program, and that's also in here. And then we're going to start the publication of our directory, which is both a visitor directory and a business directory to help our businesses. All of our members, they're free in here. Anybody can advertise. Doesn't have to be a member. We encourage the businesses. And a typical kind of call that we get is last week we had a woman call and they're going to have a wedding over at the Pacifica Beach Hotel. She has a fairly large family. There's 50 people and they want to go to other places to eat that can accommodate them. And so that's where the chamber can give them some ideas, give them contact numbers, things like that. That is not an uncommon request that we get. Then we get the businesses that want to come here. And it's surprising, we get a fair number of calls of people who want to start business in Pacifica. So thank you for your time. I've left the box here of the map and extra directories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gail Benton Shoemaker, and I have no other cards at this time.
Hi, my name is Gail Benton Shoemaker, and I'm speaking as a member of Tree City Pacifica. When Pacificans learn that the fee for a tree permit has been raised to $1,000, they are appalled. To a person, they believe that people will defy the requirement and cut down trees illegally. Illegal tree removals can be dangerous, causing situations such as flooding. When people do not get tree permits, there is no opportunity for neighbors to appeal the removal of a tree. Also, illegal tree removals mean that replacement trees will not be planted, thus reducing the city's canopy. Most cities recognize the urban forest as a community benefit because it combats climate change, improves our health, and property values. For over 40 years, the City of Pacifica has supported the urban forest by having a comprehensive tree ordinance, a city arborist, and low fees for tree permits. Other cities have tree permits of $105 or $112. Those cities make this fee more affordable to encourage residents to follow their ordinances. Tree City Pacifica is requesting that the council recognize the urban forest as a community benefit and change the tree permit fee to $150, a reasonable amount similar to that of neighboring cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one raised hand from Remy Tan.
Remy, go ahead. State your name for the record. I'll let you know when you have a minute left.
Hi, Ramy Tan, again, architect, Pacific Manor. Just wanted to thank Frank Vela for putting on a really great community meeting with the police chief and Kevin, our city manager. Really gave the community a great update on the state of things in the city. Stemming from that meeting, I just, was thinking about, all of the infrastructure issues we have, and maybe a suggestion to the city is to, if there are certain, niche pieces of infrastructure improvements, repairs that we need that affects only a few property owners, perhaps the city can work with those owners to do kind of a Melrose bond type of thing to so that the owners can pitch in to get the improvements. I know, Peter Point has a lot of streets are in poor shape, but because they're only serving very few houses, they don't come up to the level of constant repairs that the main arterial streets need. So, I mean, just a thought. And then that goes to, like the item we just talked about on consent item 2 is, that's something that was left over by, a property owner, and that, that should go back to that property owner to fix it. Is there actually a number of places along the bluff that are literally falling into the ocean? I think there's a house, behind the old bakery that's falling into the ocean, and I think I saw some storage stuff that was falling off the cliff as well after this winter storm. So
1 minute remaining.
Then, yes, and then we need to also try to figure out how to fund the Beach Boulevard improvement for the seawall, and a Melrose bond would be a good thing that maybe we can put in place, because it would primarily benefit the homeowners right on the frontage road, and maybe a few the properties stepping back from the thing, but it's less useful for the rest of the properties in Sharp Park, and then on the other side where the golf course is. So maybe that's a way we can help pay for that, addition to the grant money that we're hopefully going to get. So just a thought, it's some things that a lot of communities do is these Melrose bonds to help pay for infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
All right. In that case, we'll close public comment and come back to council for council communications. Who would like to go first?
Okay, I'll go first. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for being patient with us tonight. It was a really important conversation we had earlier, so I appreciate it. Let's see. As was mentioned before, we have Overdose Awareness Night this Wednesday night at 6:30. Please come on out. It's really important. And having said that, we're also having tomorrow a meeting at CORA, which is an agency that works on domestic violence, and it's called Speak Up. And so what CORA is doing across the county is engaging cities in this topic and in strategies around this topic to address things around, I know what I mean to say, domestic violence issues. And so I just really wanted to thank our police department and our chief of police for the relationship that you have with Cora and how much you use them and how successful that relationship is. It's been really important to our community, so thank you so much for that. I attended the library advisory interviews, which we're going to be talking about tonight. I attended Pacifica School volunteers meeting. I met with some residents in Rockaway. I met with Cindy Abbott and Bill Michaelis to talk about a grant that we are looking at to work with the Sanchez Art Center and the Pacifica Collaborative. So I'm really excited about that. So thank you to Cindy Abbott for thinking of us and having us be part of that conversation. And then I took vacation. So I was gone all last week. I did not have internet. I did not have phone service, and re-entry is super hard. That's all I got.
Thanks, Barry. I wanted to start with thanking our Public Works Director, Lisa Peterson, and Dave Bishop. What is that sound? From motorcycle outside. From CWG for their work in managing the street paving work in Manor. There have been a lot of delays because of the fog and some issues in communication and some work redone and, a few angry residents and but the outreach and response has been amazing this weekend, especially, and rescheduling around someone's surgery. And anyway, I really appreciate the work the staff is doing around all that. Attended the library advisory interviews. Looking forward to that. We have 11 applicants for those spots. Met with the Emergency Preparation and Safety Commission, and we had a really great presentation from AMR, who provides our ambulance services and a lot of cooperation across other agencies. They provide ambulance services in the whole county except for South San Francisco that does that themselves through their fire department. A couple of interesting things I learned. They have a mobile stroke unit. If you know that, if someone's having a stroke, you need to get there super fast. And so they have a 4-minute response for that. And the coordination, the work they do every day to move ambulances all over the county, depending on what's going on, there'll be more here for the Fog Fest. It's an amazingly well-organized organization. Several of us went to Jackie Spears' event. She, retiring from her amazing job as our representative on the national level, is coming and starting a nonprofit focused on ending child poverty in the county. We are the wealthiest county in California, the 4th wealthiest county in the nation, and yet the numbers of children who are hungry and homeless and so forth are stunning, and we can do something about that. And so she brought together, elected officials, but also leaders from other nonprofits and so forth, and really working to build partnerships. And I'm just really excited about what's going to come out of that, and I think we can do it. So that's very hopeful. I had a wonderful lunch with our police chief, as I mentioned before. I didn't say this at the last meeting because we were out of town, but I met with the Beach Coalition and also actually talking about it with the Emergency Preparedness Commission, the dog surfing contest. And I've shared this feedback with the city manager, but I wanted to let you all know too. What I've heard is that they only had a permit for 500 people coming, and obviously there were a lot more than that. And so resources for safety and so forth were not, maybe not what they should be. One of the Beach Coalition's leaders, Anthony Luxon, was actually, what's the word? judging the surfing competition. So he was in the water watching, and he said there's, like, people were in up to their knees, like, just trying to be able to see and view, and it was actually, I mean, it's dangerous for the people, but it was also dangerous for the dogs coming in. And so I really love the event, but I think that we need to, think a little bit more about what's required for the number of people that are coming. A couple of upcoming things. So a group of us is working on the airport noise, and this was announced in the Connect with Pacifica. Thank you, Mr. Woodhouse. So we're going to meet on Zoom on Friday the 8th from 2 to 3:30 to work on Pacifica's letter. And then I really want to encourage people to actually send in your own letters describing, the impact of airport noise to you. They've now acknowledged the health effects, and they really want to hear from us. And so the more of us that can speak up, the more will be listened to. So if you want to help with that, you can email me at cbowles@pacifica.gov. And then one other little thing that happened today, actually I was watering my garden on Friday and noticed a nest of yellow jackets in my backyard. And I started Googling, like, how do I kill the nest of yellow jackets? Because I don't want them, they're vicious. They sting multiple times. They don't die like a honeybee does. The first thing that came up was the San Mateo County Mosquito Vector Control. And I had no idea they did this, but I called their number, gave my information, and they came out today and got rid of the yellow jackets for free. So it's a great resource. Yeah. That's all.
I did forget one thing, because you mentioned Jackie Spears' event, and I attended the women's conference in South San Francisco on Saturday, and Jackie was also there, and we got to hear our Sheriff Christina Corpus tell her story from start to finish, and it was amazing, and all of the women and the young women that were in the room. So I just wanted to thank Mayor Flora Nichols from South San Francisco for putting on such a beautiful event, and I got to sit with Sarah. Sarah was there.
I was very busy this last couple of weeks. Couple of things that were already mentioned about the Library Advisory Committee interviews and the Jackie Spears Symposium. I attended that meeting, taking a day off work because now that school's back in session. It was the first Friday of the first week of school, and I went, Mary and I talked about it, and for 1 minute I went, of course I'm taking a day off and I'm going to go to this. It was fantastic, very inspirational, and makes me look forward to next steps and what we'll be hearing, and we'll bring that forward as much as we can through this venue and through our Connect with Pacifica. Attended county meeting, resource management and climate protection, and I did attend the OSPAC meeting, even though the mayor was there as the liaison. I just went. And had three sea level rise local government working group related meetings this month, and 3 are scheduled this week yet to come. So it's a busy time in that arena. What we're working on is stakeholder interviews with cities and counties to find out what the basic issues are and that their experience in terms of sea level rise planning and adaptation, and then also to get their thoughts and input about the notion and the concept of a neighborhood approach to addressing how we deal with adaptation, how we've been going forever and ever on a parcel by parcel by parcel basis, and that just doesn't really work well when there are conditions that pertain to a segment of an area or a whole chunk of a coastline, and then the conditions change to something else. So how can we begin to incorporate this different other thinking, and what are the issues, pro and con, what would be the challenges, and that kind of thing. So the meeting that I wanted to share with you that was so inspirational was the John Ford, who's the planning director for Humboldt County. And it was so interesting to hear about this, they've got a whole bunch of stuff going on. They've got Bay and Open Ocean, 2 cities, the county, multiple tribes, the largest, 3 different tribal language groups, the largest reservation, and the largest identified tribe, Native American tribe, all working together on coming to the table to discuss these issues. And it was so poignant to me how much the planning director was, underscoring that this work can only succeed with people sharing and communicating and learning and understanding that it's a slow-moving process, but the planning needs to be taking place now, not in 50 years. And I mean, it's so patently obvious. We know it. We've been working on it in our city. But hearing another jurisdiction really crystallize it was just, it's so interesting to look somewhere else and then see what resonates, what's happening here, where we might have some opportunities. So that was a very beneficial meeting. The Coastal Cities Group had a leadership meeting, which was largely to plan our session at the Cal Cities Conference coming up. Our session's going to be in the afternoon on Thursday. I will be traveling to that conference, as will many, I think four of us are going, I think, Cal Cities annual meeting. So that was part of it. That was part 1. And part 2 was our guest was Senator Laird, who has been carrying legislation about sea level rise planning and adaptation and the need for cities and jurisdictions to have updated adaptation plans and local coastal plans. And it always makes me proud that we're doing it because there are so many that are not and have work to do. So not that it's easy work, but we're doing it. Coming up this week, in that vein, our meetings with San Mateo County, stakeholder meetings with San Mateo County, Santa Cruz County, and Santa Cruz City. I'm particularly looking forward to the Santa Cruz City one because I heard the presentation at the CalAdapt meeting I attended in early August, I think. Yes, very end of July, beginning of August, because they have some fantastic systems in place for tracking and monitoring and measuring what's happening. And so when you're looking at adapting your response to sea level rise, you have to know how it's going, right? Measurements. And what is fascinating to me is the program they've put together at not terribly high cost, utilizing technology, utilizing measuring technologies, including cameras. It's just a very fascinating presentation that it was like drinking from a fire hose, hearing it. So I'm looking forward to getting more details, and I'll bring that back because it's just so inspiring. I think that was it. Oh, the Labor Council. I'm sure the mayor will speak of that. I had the opportunity to attend the Labor Council dinner on Friday night. That's it. Thanks.
You see, the more things you talk about, the fewer things I have to talk about.
Well, we're a team.
Fair enough. Jack Brigette and Josh Cosgrove from the Water District were here earlier. Since Jack alluded to his chemotherapy at the last meeting, I just want to express gratitude that despite being fresh off of his second dose of chemo as of today, he still graced us with his presence. And big respect for showing up and giving his thanks. As always, Ukraine is strong in my mind and in my heart, and I pray for peace over yonder. Attended the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee meeting. There's a new superintendent for GGNRA in the area, Dave Smith. In the October OSPAC meeting, apparently there's going to be updates on the Ohlone Heritage Trail, so keep your eye out for that. And then I got to see the Lindemar Woods presentation around the trails component of what they're proposing. There was discussion about the charter, of course, and the next OSPAC work day will be on the 9th of September. And I wanted to talk more about that when we were having our study session earlier, which I'm sure there will be more about that later during our consideration item in the future, if not sooner.
Where is the work?
So it takes place at the Ani Trail at the top of Fassler.
Okay.
And I think they meet at, I want to say 9 o'clock, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure. And then the next OSPAC meeting will be on the 20th of September. Then I got to attend that fabulous Jackie Spear-led initiative to end childhood poverty with my fellow council members and Anita Reese of the Pacifica Resource Center. And see a lot of friends in the region come together to try to address the fact that we are about as rich as we can get, and we are simultaneously not doing enough to alleviate poverty. Dickens immediately came into my mind. To highlight that point, later on in the evening, I went to Millbrae, where there was a community meeting around the county's proposed permanent supportive housing project. I have seen meetings in our community that were, what I would call a shouting match. They are so tame by comparison to the 500 people, not just the 300 that were crammed inside of that room, but the other 2 or 3 that were outside of the room who couldn't hear and were there to try to voice their discontent. And our county manager, Callaghy, just handled it admirably. I don't know if to the satisfaction of the community, but it was, for the most part, one guy up there fielding a lot of tough questions, and I have a lot of respect for what I watched that gentleman endure. I would certainly like a smoother ride for that community, but it highlighted a lot of the concerns brought up earlier in the day, that it's not easy for communities to engage in these topics on the one hand, and on the other hand, I've also talked to officials from Millbrae, and it'll be interesting to see if a better working relationship can get going around the issue, but one way or the other, there's so much work to be done around poverty in our region. I watched the Planning Commission meeting around objective standards and zoning. I was invited to a campaign event. It was kind of kept to a very small number of people because it was a fairly big name that came to town. Mr. Adam Schiff, who is running for state senate or U.S. Senate, was brought here by our county supervisor, Ray Mueller. Apparently, Adam Schiff had reached out to Ray after the shootings that had happened in Half Moon Bay, and then had followed up to see how the community was doing, and Ray had invited him to take a tour of his district. Ray gave me a call and said, "Hey, Adam Schiff is going to be touring my district. Would you like him to meet with him and show him just a little bit?" And I said, "Heck yeah." I certainly personally have some respect for the gentleman, but regardless of personal respect, if somebody running for Senate wants to visit our town, I think it behooves me as the representative to show him some of our needs. And so we hung out here on the pier for half an hour, 45 minutes or some such, and I was happy to have the opportunity to show him our infrastructure needs and tell him a little bit about the Later on, there was an ABAG presentation on investing in the future of Bay Area housing, and it was largely about the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, or BAFA. Long story short, they want to put probably a $10 billion, if not $20 billion bond measure on the ballot to address housing needs in the Bay Area region. That's 101 cities in the Bay Area. So we might be seeing that on a ballot in the not too distant future. Stay tuned to that. That evening, there was a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. We gave direction on a $10 million revolving loan fund for electrifying government buildings specifically. So 1% APR on those, but it's a low loan rate, so that we can get funding for those times we want to electrify. So city manager, take note of that and stay tuned to that. They talked a little bit about net billing tariff. There was a brand awareness marketing update. For me, the bottom line was it's really hard to put our logo on the envelope next to the PG&E logo, and so people aren't as aware of PCE's existence as should be aware by now, given that they're getting us all our energy. Seems like a no-brainer. Apparently, it's a big deal.
It's a brainer.
Yeah, apparently. So the next Peninsula Clean Energy meeting will be on the 28th of September. Stay tuned for that. Attended the COPE banquet, which is San Mateo Labor Council, big fundraising event of the year. It was a great opportunity to see a lot, again, of our regional allies and friends and acquaintances, and meet new people and do it over some wine and a good meal. And I got to introduce my girlfriend, who absolutely abhors interacting with people generally. And so I stuck her in the middle of a huge networking event, but she survived, and ultimately we had a decent time. Is that enough information about COPE for you? Because that evening, episode 2 of the talk show I started, The Mayor's Office, aired on PCT, Channel 26. They're showing the episodes every Friday night at 8:30, but you can certainly YouTube it anytime you'd like. I had our good friend and colleague Ray Mueller on to discuss civil discourse, what it looks like when things get hairy at a board meeting, and how to recover from it admirably, along with some of the initiatives he's taken in our area and for our benefit. So I urge everyone to take a look at that. And if you haven't seen the episode with Mary and I get feedback it's a pretty good watch. So check out us talking about emotions, or Ray and I talking about civil discourse. The next episode will be with Anita Reese of the Pacifica Resource Center. I thought that would be appropriate in anticipation of the big PRC fundraising event of the year, the Palmapalooza, which will be taking place on, I believe, the 30th of September. Today, I got to begin my day by giving a tour to the chair of the California Coastal Commission, Donna Brownsey. I was delighted that she was willing to take me up on my offer of giving her a tour, and so we discussed challenges. And one of my major takeaways from having the discussion with her and showing her some of the amenities we offer and some of our needs and challenges, she talked a lot about the need to work together, that, largely there are concepts brought forth by Coastal Commission that are viewed in negative ways, in ways that the community can easily take it as combative. But through conversation with her, she gave me that perspective that, look, we want to make sure that these topics are left on the table for discussion, because it's important that everyone have that discussion and keep talking. And she stressed the importance of, rather than thinking in terms of finality, thinking in terms of discourse, and trying to bring the community around these discussions, because long-term planning is important, and we need to make sure that we are always looking for every nuance that brings us closer together. Having been privy to those sea-level rise meetings, several years ago, where it felt like the community was yelling at each other, and granted, not quite to the extent I watched Millbrae yell at each other, but in our own respect, I think that it's important that we look at where we began, having discourse that was less than civil in my approximation. One more notch of inspiration to join this board, and take where we began and bring it to a place where us folk in our community who have very strong views that sometimes feel diametrically opposed, that we stop for a moment, take a breath, sit down at a table, remind each other of how much we have in common, and begin there for the sake of conversation. And I was inspired by my conversation with her to remind our community of that, because it is important, because as we discuss these things going forward, that's the preferred tact. Our staffs are going to be communicating as long as it takes, is my sense, to come to whatever conclusions they need to before bringing it to council to discuss whether or not we need to consider our direction before it goes to Coastal Commission. That's the sense I'm getting. And in the meantime, as our staffs are engaging in this work, and as we as council are doing everything we can to reach out to those who we think it's going to be helpful to collaborate with now so that it all comes to the best possible fruition later, I urge our community to take a proactive stance in engaging each other, even when you think you might not have a lot to say to one another, because that conversation is not going to stop at any one meeting, no matter how big and important that meeting. And the more we learn to converse with one another now, the better we're going to get at talking through those issues down the road, not just at that meeting, but beyond. I'm going to be going to the Speak Up meeting around Cora, and I'm going to be going to that Substance Abuse Awareness Night. And that is my lengthy and verbose report for the evening. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor Bigstick, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, city manager. Several communications I'd like to provide. First, I'll start with last week I had the opportunity to meet with the new Pacifica School District Superintendent, Dr. Denise Williams, along with Chief Sarah Sua, as an introductory meeting and a conversation about all the ways that the school district and the city, essentially all of the departments of the city, collaborate closely with the school district. So it was a great introductory meeting and conversation. Also on Saturday, I had the opportunity to present a version of the State of the City presentation to a community meeting, and it was a great collection of, I believe, more than 50 folks there, many of which pay attention to city issues, but a lot probably don't regularly pay attention to city issues, so it was a great opportunity to update them about the city's strategic plan that the council adopted this spring, the budget and budget challenges that we still have, as well as the status of many major city projects. So that was a great opportunity. Also at that meeting, Chief Sarah Sua presented. She and I are sort of doing this roadshow, I guess, together. But hopefully continue that. But she also presented and talked about her experience and her perceptions after several months in Pacifica, and it was well received. Related to that community meeting, there were a couple handouts. One was the strategic plan, which is on the city's website. The other was a document back in March about a summary of Pacifica's coastal infrastructure issues, and that was a handout as well, because I did talk about the various coastal projects, and that document I'm also going to make available on the website, so it's widely available. It's been distributed widely, but we just want to make it as easily as accessible as possible. And on the note of coastal issues, and segueing off of what Mayor Bigstick mentioned, I did want to provide an update about the local coastal land use plan update process that we're engaged in, and more information to follow, but I'll provide this summary information at this point. So just to wind back for context, the city council adopted our local coastal land use plan back in 2020 and submitted that to the Coastal Commission. In March of 2023, Coastal Commission staff completed their analysis of our submittal and agendized it for a Coastal Commission hearing. The city only received a couple weeks' notice of that hearing, and so we requested a continuation of it because there were more than 100, or about 125 significant comments from Coastal Commission staff on the LCLUP. So we continued that meeting to be scheduled, Coastal Commission hearing to be scheduled sometime in the future, so that, and to the mayor's point, we could really get with Coastal Commission staff, city planning staff, and Coastal Commission staff, and really analyze the 125 comments that were made to understand where Coastal Commission staff is coming from, so that city staff can then package that up and at some point in the future bring it back to the city council for summary and action as to next steps. That timeline is to be determined. City staff has had several meetings with Coastal Commission staff and is continuing those because there are a lot of comments. And the other topic that we're talking about with Coastal Commission staff is related to review timeline. So Coastal Commission is under certain Coastal Act timeline review restrictions. We want to talk about not interrupting the good process that we're making and analyzing and understanding their comments and being able to bring that through a productive process with the City Council and then back to the Coastal Commission in the future. So more to come about specific dates because we don't know those yet. The process hasn't been worked out, but that's what we're working very robustly on with Coastal Commission staff. So I wanted to provide that update about the LCLUP. And my final comments relate to a couple economic development updates. So today we had a great event called Meet the Lenders that was assembled by our economic development management analyst Alyssa Barante and Alex Greenwood, our economic development consultant. And it was an event at the community center where 4 lenders were available to assist business owners with questions and decisions about business financing. The panelists included representatives from local banks, Tri-County Bank, a community development financial institution, representative from the Small Business Association, and the vice president of Marble Bridge Funding Group, who works with Small Business Association to fund private business loans. It was very well attended, over 15 or approximately 15 business owners representing local well-known restaurants, barbershops, media companies, and more, and we received great feedback about the event. So folks really are interested in more technical assistance. Core function of economic development is technical assistance to businesses, and that's what this program provided. On that note, what I wanted to end my communications with is to introduce and bring to the podium our new economic development manager, Tara Schiff. And so Tara, if you can come forward, I'm going to make a few introductory comments, and then you can elaborate more on your credentials and make comments. But Tara comes to us with more than 30 years of economic business development project management experience. Most recently, she served as the economic development specialist for Mariposa County, the home of Yosemite, where she was leading the economic vitality strategy. And she also served as the rural liaison to the California Association of Local Economic Development, statewide organization, board of directors. And I'll stop there and welcome Tara, and we are so happy to have you, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, City Manager, and I am delighted to be here in Pacifica. I'm honored that I was offered this position, And in addition to my credentials, I did want to add that I am a certified California economic developer, so I bring that now to the city of Pacifica, and I hope that my years of experience and all the contacts I have in the state will really help economic vitality in this beautiful, wonderful city. So I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. We're thrilled to have you here too. I'm sure some of our senior staff are delighted to expand the economic development team. You'll find, sorry, I didn't mean to just jump on it there, Mayor, but I just am so excited. Mary Beer, Councilmember Beer and I are liaisons for the Economic Development Committee.
Great.
And have been seeing tremendous work from that committee, very vibrant, excited, active group. And as the city manager mentioned, Alyssa has been doing fantastic work with us as well, really right the way through the pandemic. And while she's no longer specifically working with economic development, Elizabeth Brooks helped us so much at the beginning of the pandemic with doing outreach to businesses, really wanting to make sure as they were even couldn't have anyone in their business, in their physical four walls, what they were able to do, especially restaurants and beverage purveyors.
I went through that in Mariposa.
Right,
I know
right.
the pain.
It was a different time.
Yep.
But it just really, as hard and difficult as that was, and I know our businesses are still recovering, it did create this renewed spirit or this different way of trying to do business in this town, as you've seen with our little, what do you call them? Pop-ups and our, Mary, those things in the street. We're
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, it's after 10.
Parklets. That's the word. Thank you, Christian. Thank you. Yes. So anyway, lots more to say on that, but just so thrilled you're here.
Thank you.
Welcome. We're so happy to have you. I can't wait to get to know you. Welcome to Pacifica.
Thank you.
Yeah, I ditto, and I think, each of us as we represent different communities, know some of the business owners and so forth, and would love to walk you through our communities and vision with you. I think, if you've looked at our budget at all, economic development is our biggest challenge and in terms of being financially sustainable in the city, but I think it's our biggest opportunity too. And I'm excited about what we can do and so grateful for your presence working with us.
Thank you. And I agree 100% with the opportunity. And I would love to walk your districts. That'd be great.
And we've been working a lot lately on the topic of opportunity. I hope we've done an adequate job of producing something resembling a foundation upon which it'll make your job a little easier to begin the work and grow from that foundation. And I appreciate you jumping on the opportunity to introduce the topic because I think that you encapsulate the excitement with which we should properly be welcoming you. And welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Can we go home now?
Nope, sorry.
3 short items to go.
3 very brief.
I just want to check in with my council. Is everyone okay to keep going? Okay. Very good. So that brings us to item number 5. Consideration item. There are no public hearings this evening. Meeting minutes format for City Council, Planning Commission, and other city committees and commissions. Proposed action, move to adopt the resolution entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, approving creation of administrative policy number 84, establishing format of action minutes for City Council, Planning Commission, and other city committees, commissions to transition from the preparation of semi-verbatim minutes to action minutes. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Big Stick and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'll kick this item off with a brief introduction and then turn it over to City Clerk Coffey for the presentation. We, as staff, are continuously looking for improvement in effectiveness and efficiency in city operations and administration to better serve the community and fulfill the council's direction with the city's limited staffing and financial resources. And this most recent iteration relates to how we handle meeting minutes and the practice identified by city manager and city clerk, but then requested by Mayor Big Stick in April of 2023 to be brought back to the council, is to look at this issue and the different categories of minutes, the different tools that are available. The city currently keeps what we call semi-verbatim minutes, the only city in the region to do that version of the minutes. So the report provides information about industry best practices for minutes, comparison to other cities in the region, the cost and staff resources expended on our current practice, information about video technology that makes semi-verbatim minutes redundant, and other details to support a recommendation that we change from semi-verbatim minutes to action minutes or brief summary minutes. So the information that City Clerk Coffey will go through will lay out that information, and we look forward to the discussion and questions.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm going to walk through some background information about this item for recommendation for transition of meeting minutes from the semi-verbatim format as City Manager Woodhouse described to an action style minutes. So a little background on the government code that is applicable to meeting minutes. Government Code 40801 specifies that the city clerk shall keep an accurate record of the proceeding of the legislative body and the Board of Equalization in books bearing appropriate titles and devoted exclusively to such purposes respectively. The books shall have a comprehensive general index. So the slide here brings out the main point of that government code. Government Code 36814 specifies that the council shall cause the clerk to keep a correct record of its proceedings. At the request of a member, the city clerk shall enter the ayes and noes in the journal. So that's the votes of the council on the actions. Government Code 54953C2, the legislative body of the local agency shall publicly report any action taken and the vote or abstention on that action of each member present for the action. And then finally, Government Code Section 53232.3D, members of a legislative body shall provide brief reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. So that usually comes into play under the Council of Communications. The government code does not specify the style or form of minutes to be provided. I'm going to go through the different types and formats of minutes. Action minutes provide the name of the body, date, time, and place of meeting, names of the members present and absent. It includes actions of the city council or a committee or commission, only identifies the motion, second, and the vote for each of the actions, provides little, if any, narrative, and specifies the time of the meeting adjournment. Summary style minutes provide the information specified in the action minutes, plus summarize the main points of the items with the emphasis on the collective body's central issues only as relevant to the final decision of the body. It provides limited city council or committee member and staff comments, which are not intended to reflect individual thought process. They're supposed to go for the collective body's action on the item. And may note brief reasons for dissenting votes of one or more members. Summary minutes also list the names of the members of the public who spoke on an issue. For public hearings, they may include some more information to include the speaker's position on the issue, so whether they supported or opposed the issue or the recommendation. And for public comments on items not on the agenda, it may list the speaker's overall topic and position on the issue. For ceremonial presentations, announcements, and attendance at other meetings, it states the names in attendance and a brief summary of the subject matter. Semi-verbatim minutes, which is the format that the City of Pacifica currently uses, provides the information in the action and summary minutes, plus detail on each agenda item. Details on the discussion are summarized and paraphrased in detail, and they reflect the individual's comments. Verbatim minutes provide the information as outlined in the action minutes, plus all the words that are spoken during the meeting. So that's like a transcript of the meeting. Some of the drawbacks of semi-verbatim minutes include that they are not succinct. There's pages and pages of details to go through in order to find the final decision of the body. They're lengthy and difficult to review for the record of the final decision and action by the body. It includes details that are not germane to the final action and may cause ambiguity and misdirection in going through the details. There's a risk of objections to what was and wasn't included and how comments are interpreted or paraphrased. Semi-verbatim minutes are very costly and labor-intensive to prepare. On average, we have our part-time transcriptionist that usually spends about 20 hours per meeting to prepare draft minutes that the deputy city clerk and city clerk then spend several hours reviewing as well. The semi-verbatim minutes are not recommended by the City Clerks Association of California as a format for minutes. The CCAC, the City Clerks Association of California, recommends action style or brief summary minutes. And semi-verbatim minutes are not a municipal government industry best practice. I'll talk a little bit more about that as well in this next slide. I mentioned the amount of time that goes into preparation of semi-verbatim minutes. And this chart shows, in looking at all of the other cities in San Mateo County, the number of pages on average that their minutes include, ranging from about 3 to 4 pages for their complete minutes to around 25 pages on average for City of Pacifica minutes for city council meetings. So just from this chart, it's very easy to look at, through 3 to 4 pages of meeting minutes to find the final decisions and votes of the body with enough detail that's required by the government codes around minutes, whereas going through 25 pages of minutes to look through details, auditors use the minutes to look for actions of the body and votes on the body on issues, and so it will take a lot more time from auditors or persons reviewing the minutes to find the final actions of the body. We'll talk a little bit about advantages to moving to action-style minutes. They provide accuracy, brevity, and clarity, so it averts corrections to the minutes. As we know, we bring the draft minutes to the council, usually at the next council meeting for the council members' review and approval. And at times, some of the narrative details, council members will request corrections to those narrative details, and so that also takes more staff time to go back and correct the minutes or review the the meeting audio or video to make those corrections that, as requested by council. And sometimes those details that are we're looking at correcting are not germane to the final action of the body. The action style minutes remove interpretation of statements, so paraphrasing of statements, and eliminates the ambiguity by omitting discussion that's not relevant to the final decision. There's a clear record of the final actions and decisions made as required by the government code, a clear record of the votes that's required by the government code, and action minutes reduce expense and staff time. This style of minutes is recommended by the CCAC and is considered a municipal government industry best practice. Some advantages of summary minutes, which are a little bit more detailed than the action style minutes. It includes similar advantages to the action minutes. In addition to the content of the action minutes, it provides a highlight on the summary of the collective body's decision and discussion that is germane to the final action. The speaker's position on the issues and a statement of subject matter is provided. It provides a note of a dissenting vote and a reason if provided. Highlights the collective body's discussion and position if no formal action is taken. And it provides some additional level of detail if there's no recording of the meeting available. Summary minutes are still concise and focused on the final actions and votes. And it is a recommended format by the CCAC and considered a municipal government industry best practice. This slide shows some examples of action style minutes in use by our neighboring cities. So I've highlighted some portions of an excerpt of some action style minutes by the town of Portola Valley. For oral communications, which we call the public comments on items not on the agenda, there's a listing of the speakers that spoke. And then highlighting on the consent agenda, it shows a list of people that spoke on the topic. And it provides the action taken and the vote. And then similarly, action style minutes from the city of Half Moon Bay appear similarly. Some examples of summary minutes from our neighboring cities. There's excerpts of minutes provided from the city of San Mateo that highlight some aspects of the summary style minutes. It provides a little bit more narrative around the actions and discussion that is relevant to the final decision by the body. And more detailed examples are provided in the agenda packet. The recommended action tonight is to move to adopt the resolution included in the agenda packet that's entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica approving creation of administrative policy number 84, establishing the format of action minutes for City Council, Planning Commission, and other city committees and commissions to transition from the preparation of semi-verbatim minutes to action minutes. And just to support going to action style minutes for the City Council and Planning Commission, those meetings, the video recordings are recorded by PCTV with our partnership with PCTV. And those meeting videos are typically posted to YouTube within a couple days of the meeting and are readily accessible on YouTube to the, members of the public to see the full discussion of any portions of the meeting. And they are notated with the portion of the agenda in the footer, so you can easily go into a meeting and slide and scroll to the portion of the meeting that the member of the public is interested in viewing the full narrative of the meeting. With that, that completes my presentation, and I welcome any council member questions at this time.
I'm going to get the ball rolling and then ask my fellow council members. For other committees and commissions not planning, is it action style minutes, summary style minutes?
Sorry, ask the question again.
Committees and commissions that are not the planning commission, what style of minutes are kept?
It depends on the committee and commission. For example, the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission has transitioned from a more detailed narrative minutes to less detailed minutes that are in a summary format currently.
Does PBR have verbatim or summary, or what do they have?
PB&R is currently doing summary type minutes.
Okay. So it ranges from summary to action, is that what I'm hearing you say, or is it summary across the board?
So the recommendation is to do action style minutes, and in some cases provide a little bit more level of detail, which would be encompassed by summary minutes.
I understand the recommendation. Current practice for the other committees and commissions, are the other committees and commissions mostly doing summary at this time?
They're mostly doing summary minutes. With the caveat that they do, most do include some level of individual narrative, but not to the level of detail that we do for Planning Commission and City Council meeting minutes at this time.
Got it.
And I'll just add to that, City Clerk Coffey is correct. Depending on the body and the meeting, some are more like action minutes, and some do have a brief summary. Part of the direction we're seeking from council is to make that consistent across all commissions and committees that aren't, recorded and televised. So that's part of the goal.
Thank you. Council, questions?
I have a couple. So can you tell us how the minutes are written now? What does the I forget, sorry, what the staff person's name is that does the first pass at them before you look at them? Okay. So are they watching the video? Are they listening to a recording?
Yeah, so I can describe the process of the minutes preparation for the City Council. I believe Planning Commission is similar in a little bit more detail. We do have an audio recording of the council meeting that we provide to the part-time transcriptionist that's employed for preparing the minutes. She reviews the audio in conjunction with looking at the YouTube video that's available that PCTV provides and is also available to the public as well. So she, like I said, she typically spends, on average about 20 hours per meeting, and then provides a draft. So she's reviewing, going back and just typing up a draft of very detailed semi-verbatim minutes. She provides that draft to City Clerk and Deputy City Clerk, and we then Deputy City Clerk takes a pass through as well. There's often highlights in there where the transcriptionist was not able to capture or understand certain phrases or what an individual said. So often either the Deputy City Clerk or I will be going in and reviewing the meeting audio or video as well to fill in some of those gaps. We also review to better paraphrase some items, correct grammar, spelling, and information before they're presented in the agenda packet for the City Council review.
I don't want to get into deliberation now, but one member of the public suggested an AI transcription service, and I'm just wondering, it seems more difficult, and I'm you tell me if it's not true, but to do summary or even the semi-verbatim where like someone who may not know the issues and in great detail or technical things has to sort of decide what's important and so forth. And that seems more difficult for me than just like actually doing verbatim. And is there an option of just verbatim that's done by, a computer program that would be easier on staff?
Let me jump in there. I did see that comment, just a comment generally about AI tools. It's obviously an evolving technology and an issue in our community and in every sector, and how that tool can be beneficial or used in cities and City of Pacifica. Will continue to monitor situations in which AI might help us. What that will never, I shouldn't say never, what I don't anticipate in the near future that would supplant is the responsibility and accountability of the city to be responsible for what the end product is. Sure. So it will require city staff to still review those minutes. Mm-hmm. So at this point, I wouldn't recommend a verbatim, and that's antithetical to what the Clerks Association would recommend with minutes anyways. I wouldn't recommend verbatim minutes, actual verbatim minutes, because then the city staff review would be that much more intense and time consuming for all of that verbatim context.
I'd like to also add to what City Manager said is the crux of the issue is not really, a component of it is the staff time and expense incurred, but the crux is that it's staff time and expense that's incurred to produce a product that is not recommended by the industry best practice. So we're expending additional, resources to produce a product that's not recommended. In looking at AI and whether that can be a useful tool rather than say a live transcriptionist, it's not really getting at the crux of producing a product that is concise and accurate. It's kind of slipping into that level of detail of including a narrative that provides information that is that's not supporting the final action by the collective body.
Well, thank you for asking that question, because I had that question too, because we are using the AI, like Firefly app or whatever it is, for some of our meetings. It catches every teeny tiny little thing. And I didn't know if it was going to be something that could be transferable to a city process. So thank you for asking the question.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions, but I sure do want to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have questions around time stamping, frankly. It seems to me that depending on the route we take, it might be possible to timestamp individual items in a video link, but I'll back up because I have seen the technology that the county supervisors seem to use, which I believe is Granicus-based, which timestamps the various agenda items specifically. And I understand that, or my understanding of the moment is that PCT throws it up on YouTube, and that's the story where we're concerned. So I've seen on YouTube where people will timestamp the YouTube video, depending on the thing. I don't know how much control we have over that. I don't know if we can work with PCT for them to be able to timestamp a YouTube video in terms of, say, agenda items. I think in my fantasy world, if I had my druthers, I'd be able to timestamp every speaker so that if a community had a concern over what somebody specifically said, then they could go straight to the speaker. But I don't think that's reasonable in terms of technology options, is my hunch. But I am curious in terms of if staff has analyzed what technology options are available to us in terms of, okay, if the community is looking for something specific and doesn't want to have to go through an entire video to get there, they see that maybe we did summary minutes and Joe said something about disapproval, but they follow Joe on a regular basis and want to know what they said, because maybe it'll make sense to them, because usually what Joe says makes sense to them. And they can go to that agenda item specifically and et cetera.
So there are agenda management systems that provide video meeting integration, which we're happy to look into. We do need to consider other, the IT resources and the staff resources that will be required in an agenda management system transition. Also, compatibility with the website and just kind of that effort to transition to such a video system. So we can look into that and in replacing our current agenda management software to allow for the component of video integration, which could be time-stamped and jumped to specific areas of the meeting as integrated with the agenda. I'd like to point out that in preparation for this item, the city manager asked me to look for the meeting in which, Mayor, you asked for this item to be brought back at a future meeting, and maybe took me like 15 minutes to find the exact meeting and scroll to the exact point in the meeting to listen to the comments that were made verbatim and see what the request actually was. So without the video integration and timestamps, what's being provided and online right now with the footer information that PCT provides in the video is helpful, so that you can take the scroll bar and scroll to the portion of the meeting that you're interested in. So looking at, for example, the minutes without the video integration, I can look at the minutes that will provide the outline of the agenda items, and then go to that meeting date on the YouTube and just use the scroll bar to scroll to the footer indicating that we're at that agenda item. It takes a little bit more manual effort, but it's doable in a very short time.
Thank you for that. If PCT malfunctions, if there's some sort of hiccup on their end and the video gets lost, I appreciate that it's important to our community that they have the ability to have some sort of rendition of what took place, not merely a summary might not be adequate per se. If PCT were to malfunction, would we then go to semi-verbatim minutes for that particular agenda? Do we have a recording? Do we still use the tape recording that we could do such a thing?
So the minutes are the official record of the meeting, and we would not advise going to a different format of the minutes just because of a failure of, a video recording. We do typically audio record the city council meetings, so that could be used as a backup to hear the audio without the visual if needed. But those are not considered the official record of the meeting. The official record of the meeting is intended to capture the final action and the votes by the body. So not necessarily the detail, individual comments leading up to the final action of the body.
A final question from me, is it possible to include a YouTube address link in the agendas? So at the end of the action minutes or summary minutes, you can see full video here.
On the city's website presently, there is I believe it's the live stream page that embeds the most recent city council and planning commission video recording from the YouTube. It's on the website presently. We may just, want to make a little bit effort to make that present in a more visible place.
Right. Well, I would hope we could transfer it over, the link for a specific meeting, into the minutes. I mean, is that possible?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the.
So for tonight's meeting, the next meeting, we would have the action minutes. And then at the end of the action minutes, you'd just have a link for where the YouTube video is for tonight's meeting.
So the minutes are, a link to the minutes is provided in the format of the agenda software that we're using right now, which I don't believe has the capability for the specific link to the video to be incorporated without transitioning to a different agenda management system.
Okay.
The agenda management system that we're currently using does not have the video integration feature at this time.
Well, I'm not so much talking about video integration as adding an address.
No, I think what I'm understanding the mayor ask is if we know the link from PCT for the YouTube video, is there a section in the minutes that we can insert that?
I wouldn't recommend inserting a link to a video in the minutes themselves.
Like at the end of the minutes, to review full meeting, go to YouTube, HPT, next XYZ / whatever, just showing this is the address that goes to the video. Maybe you could even hyperlink it.
And you're asking for each
No,
meeting?
not, yeah, for each meeting.
So one is the minutes are a permanent record, and the audio and the video, according to the city's retention schedule. If the city was the custodian of the video recording of the meeting, then the retention period currently is the current year plus 2. Same for audio. But the PCTV is the custodian of the video recordings of the meetings. So it doesn't, so to have a link to a video that does not have the same retention period as the permanent record of the minutes, you're losing that component.
Well, you're saying that
Of
we
the
can't
video.
rely that an outside agency is going to retain the video to the extent we would want them to, or to the extent that our policy says that it needs to be retained?
So in speaking with PCTV, currently, they have video recordings of planning commission and city council meetings that go back to the year 2000. And they have no policy or anticipation of purging or destroying those records. So it would just, retaining those records moving forward.
So they have no policy, but we also don't have a contract with them that says they have to keep them. Is that true? I mean, they could purge at any time. We could decide not to renew our contract with PCT and all that would go away because it's only hosted on the PCT website now.
If I could jump in, a few points. One would be that we have a contract renewal that we need to negotiate with PCT, so we can address part of this issue in that new contract. In the future, ideally, it's a big, software implementation undertaking, but we want to move towards a new agenda management system, and part of that would be looking at, as City Clerk Coffey mentioned, video integration. I think the point about the link to a YouTube video is that you wouldn't want that in the permanent minutes record because links break or go away for whatever reason, but I think the intent of what the mayor is saying is let's make it as convenient as possible for a member of the public to link to the video that's on PCT's YouTube channel, and we can talk about and try to figure out a way to do that that wouldn't be in the actual official minutes record. So maybe it's someplace else on the website and it says, here's the link to, August 28th City Council meeting, And, I mean, we can play around with that if that's the council's desire, but the point, and the city attorney, assistant city attorney can chime in regarding the importance of, not having broken links and such that are part of a permanent minutes record.
Thank you.
I've not seen that practice employed by other cities in their minutes, and I've not seen that as a recommendation from the, best practices. So I would hesitate to adopt a practice that is not consistent with municipal government.
Certainly leads me to want to make various deliberative comments, but do we have any further questions of staff before we go to public comment?
I have one more, and I asked this in my questions last week, and I don't, at that point, staff hadn't done that analysis, and I don't know if you've had time in between, but, so we're comparing the minutes to other cities, but have we looked at what their video technology and their retention policies are as a comparison also?
I've not looked at specific policies from other cities. I did do a comparison of what's available on other cities' websites as far as minutes and links to videos. It does vary. It depends on the city's platform, the city's agenda management platform, their website platform. The city of Millbrae employs a similar practice that we do that provides a link to the minutes, and they employ MCTV to do their video recordings that are available on the MCTV YouTube video. So their videos are available through the local cable TV station's YouTube channel.
I didn't check Millbrae, but I looked at Half Moon Bay, Portola Valley, San Mateo, and Brisbane, and what struck me is that their videos are hosted either on the city website or on the city's YouTube channel, not on a third party. So that, and that's part of what bothers me is I'm sorry, I shouldn't be deliberating, but keeping control over the content so that it's available for our public is something that we should manage very carefully. Ideally, and I think the majority of other cities do that also. So it would be good to have those comparisons.
Shall we get public comment through?
Yeah, I know, it's hard not to.
I have no cards in front of me. Emily?
I have 2 raised hands. The first raised hand is Remy Tan.
Remy Tan, please state your name for the record. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Hi, Remy Tan, again, architect, Pacific Manor, Edgemar. Just concerned about this move to the action minutes, because looking through what was presented, you could see just a list of speakers, but you don't really see what position each of those speakers from the public would take on a particular item, if they're for it, against it, or maybe neutral on it. So that doesn't really inform the public on kind of, who showed up and, what was said. I'm kind of listening to what Sarah was saying is probably tending towards the summary minutes, which is also, recommended best practice and would give a little bit more information. And yes, in the future, we definitely should keep up on AI technology as far as, maybe making verbatim minutes more doable, and definitely the technology for the video integration should be followed. And and also as Councilmember Bowles says, we should look at what the other cities are doing, in that respect, because we don't need to really reinvent the wheel and just figure out what cities, doing it the best and just copy them. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is Cindy Abbott.
Cindy Abbott, please state your name for the record. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Good evening, Cindy Abbott here. I really appreciate the conversation that you're having on this. I've thought about this item a lot, And while I personally find that being able to view video recordings of meetings helps me understand not only what is said, but the tenor and tone of comments, not everybody has the access to be able to easily do that. And I'm surely not as swift as Clerk Coffee is being able to research and find things online, but I'm probably way more able to do it than a good number of our population. You have to know how meetings flow, where it is in the agenda item, and then start scrolling through to find things. And I speak from experience about doing this many, many times, going back into meetings and trying to find where things were done before. So as Mayor Big Stick mentioned, I'd really appreciate if there could be a way to tie these things together and not to have to hunt around in too many places. I believe the Board of Supervisors meetings link and say, here's the agenda item, here's that part of the video. I know that CalSpan and Coastal Commission meetings do that. I think we can find the way to do that too, and it would be very beneficial to the public. And maybe as that interim step, as I believe Councilmember Bowles just mentioned, multiple cities in San Mateo County do have on their agenda portal not only the agenda and the minutes or summaries, but a link right on that page to video, and that includes both Redwood City and Portola Valley. So before we make any change, I think we need to put steps in place to make this easy for the public to find and not use multiple documents and web portals to do that. And I'm particularly concerned about meetings that are not televised. While I'm speaking on my own behalf, as a Parks, Beaches, and Rec Commissioner, when topics have come up that have been discussed in the past, it's been invaluable to me to go back and to be able to review detailed conversations and public comments about what took place. I could not do my job effectively if I did not have the tools to do that. I've done that with dog park issues, with issues at the beach, and multiple other things. Took me a lot more to be able to search it, but with today's technology, we should be able to do that. And you would really be putting our commissions and committees and the public at a disadvantage if we just have summaries of our other commissions and committees. So I implore you not to do that. To please look at AI technology. We did that with some PBNR meetings during the pandemic. It was effective.
We are at the 3-minute mark.
Pretty easy to delete.
Thank you so much, Cindy.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
And I see no one in the audience who wishes to speak, so we'll close public comment at this time and bring it back to council for deliberation. Councilmember Beer.
Okay, sure, I'll start. So coming into this evening, in my mind, I'm like, well, of course, we can just link things. You know, you go to the video, it's so much easier. You can see us, you can hear us, and all these things. But after the conversation that we're having tonight, I don't think our city's ready to do this transition yet. Like, I think we have to be more. We have to have a more capacity to do all the things that I think are needed for our community. I don't think our community's ready for this yet. I think that PCT is our most trusted and loyal partner, and that we need to be able to trust in their capacity to hold on to our meetings, because that's what they do, and maybe we can have additional conversations with them moving forward as we plan carefully to make a transition that is this big, so that we make sure that we have all the things that our community needs to be able to find things easily. So I would hate to transition into something and not have what we feel, or what I feel, would be necessary for our community to be able to easily find things. And that, that can include links and timestamps. They're even important for our youth podcasts. Like, we have timestamps for our youth podcasts. So to me, these are things that need to be in place in order for us to make any kind of transition. And I didn't think that was going to come out of my mouth coming in. I thought it was going to be an easier, I thought it would be an easier flow, but I don't feel the flow.
I agree completely, Mary. Thank you for saying that and starting that. I think we'd be doing a disservice to our community. You know, we're comparing ourselves to other cities, but we also keep saying that we have a more engaged community than other cities do, too. I'm a person who has read a lot of old meeting minutes before I got elected, and even now. I was just reading about the Manor overcrossing approvals for the appeal hearing last time. And it's more than the decisions, it's understanding the issue and how they came to the decision, what things were considered. And that's really important to my understanding. And I'm definitely willing to consider going to other minutes if we have robust video and knowing that it's kept. And I'm sorry, but 2 or 3 years is not enough. I would want a different retention policy. So that things stay and that it's not in the sole control of a third party whose contract might change in the future too. So I mean, again, these other cities, for the most part, I haven't looked at Millbrae, were controlling their content and where it was stored themselves. And I think that's important because we want that record there that people can go back to.
I just want to comment really quick, Councilmember Bowles, because I think PCT has kept recordings since 2000.
Yeah.
So it's 23 years.
I understand, but what is their
Okay.
contract? I want to know what their contract says and,
Yeah.
and if that's something they're committing to in the future too, right? Not that we're just trusting.
Well, I'm going to make a few comments and ask a couple of questions. I want you to bear in mind I'm a librarian, and archival information is very important to my profession. So, echoing what I'm hearing from both ends of the dais, with regard to the third party, our partner, PCT, I was aware that our contract was a little out of date. I was a little surprised when I saw the last time we actually did a contract with them. And that made me think, even since that last contract period, how many public TV providers have gone away? And our PCT has expanded. It's not Pacifica Community Television any longer. It's Pacific Coast Television because everybody else's PCT went away. And they, were able to expand and through, I think, largely, they have to be the ones to tell us, but the advances in digital technology and the ability to store. If you were at this juncture trying to record our meetings on videotapes and keep all those VHS tapes, please, right? So we're really further along in the state of the art in terms of digital media than we ever have been. But I do have concerns about the policy around retention of digital records, and I don't have enough information about that right now. I would want, on the face of it, I would want the city to have control over those records. That said, I don't even know how what I think personally the retention schedule should be for those records versus what our policy actually says. So is it a forever thing? Is it for 8 years? Is it, thinking about tonight's meeting with the history of OSPAC, for example. I wonder about, we're very fortunate to have the people who were there, who were in the room where it happened, around telling us. But I can say, having done research with action minutes, you don't get the flavor, you don't get the color. I understand the city attorney, I understand the peril that it may leave us in putting in all that color. It's, the point, it was made very well, thank you, City Clerk Coffey. I have a feeling it was in your fine hand, the staff report, about the purpose of these minutes. In government code, why we do them. And I think that's where some of this conversation, and certainly a lot of the mail that we received on this issue, email from the public, don't change anything, keep it the way it is, was the gist of what I took away. Because we've all gotten used to using these minutes for purposes other than what the government code says they're supposed to be for. And that, so what? Well, our community's gotten used to it. If we're going to change it, we need to do it in a stepwise fashion, is where I am at right now with this decision. So whether, I defer to the city manager and to the city clerk on timelines for, it'll be a year before we have time to do this, or our schedule for negotiating with PCT is that. I don't know those facts at this point. And so I would need your guidance on what are we talking about in terms of timelines and your rough idea. I mean, I certainly know the work plan. I don't really remember putting this at the top of it, right? I know it's important and we have to do it. It's urgent. I mean, it's important but not urgent because it's working as it is right now. It's clunky, it's time consuming, but it's what we're used to and it's been working. I think we could do better in the long run. I think we could. But agencies like that were mentioned in public comment, and I personally was thinking of, have a lot more resources than we have. The county, please, have you seen their, first of all, have you even seen their dais and their room and, everything, right? And so the resources and the Coastal Commission and C-SPAN, I'm not really, I forgot the name of the organization that records all these statewide meetings. It's the same location that you go to find the Coastal Commission meetings. I spend a lot of time there, but you can find all kinds of other state meetings. You could spend, trust me, hours. You can go down many rabbit holes, but it's all right there. And it's very, very linked. So the issues that I'm hearing about timestamps, I think are important. I'm a pretty good, finder, I will say. It's part of my profession. And I am very appreciative as I look at this screen where the number, the item number, and then in italics it says meeting minutes format. So when you're scrolling through to moving that timestamp bar to find the part of the meeting you're looking for, that is a huge aid. But I wonder about accessibility issues. I wonder about, the state of technology for people who maybe visually aren't as able as I am to see that. I know that technology exists that reads screens, so probably their technology would read what's in the scroll at the bottom of our videos, but that's a question I have. So there's, this kind of thing generates a lot more questions. Like, here's a lot of information, and now we have even more questions. And I want to make a good decision for our community and for our staff. So it is striking, I will say this, it's very striking when you look at the chart and you see Pacifica's minutes are 25 pages. and the nearest, closest city, and I'm sure people are like, so what? But it matters because of resources. We are the 6th largest city in terms of population, and we are the #1 city in terms of number of pages of minutes. Cities like Daly City with 100,000 population and South San Francisco with 95,000, no, San Mateo with 95,000, and South San Francisco with 62,000. South San Francisco, the biotech capital of, I think, the world, certainly of California. They have a lot more resources than we do, and they could be implementing a program like what we're talking about, but they're not. And so what's up with that? You know, there's a government code. It says what you're supposed to do. It says what needs to be recorded and why. And so, as I said before, we're outside of the strict requirement. What we've been doing for a very long time is providing something else that's very valued by our community, and we're hearing back from our community about that, and our the folks that are serving on committees and commissions, in the ways in which those recordings and records are being used. And so I'm still struggling with this in terms of my personal decision. But those are the thoughts that I have about and what I'm weighing as I think about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, and it seems like we're largely all on similar tracks this evening. So I asked for this to be agendized. One, the topic came up while we were talking about the code the other year, and it sounded like something we should take up on council. And there was a comment from Councilmember Bowles' frustration over the minutes, at which point I thought, perfect, let's agendize this and discuss it. Point's not lost on me that we are not implementing from various perspectives a best practice, that there's a lot of staff time devoted to it, that there's money that's associated with that, and that under other circumstances, we could certainly be doing this in a way that makes more sense under other circumstances. Largely, my thoughts track with a lot of the comments that Cindy Abbott made. In my day life, at my job, there's an app associated with saving money. And once upon a time, it was actually fairly simple to use, and the company decided to add greater complexity because there's greater ability. But as a consequence of that, I spend a great deal of my day job trying to help people navigate this app that is now more difficult to use. And that informs how I look at technology in general, which can be of great benefit to us. And I think that I would feel a lot more comfortable going to summary minutes, because I still think that action minutes might be a bit sparse even if we were to make the transition. I think that having just brief summary minutes, I want to get the gist of what a commenter is saying. That occurs to me as being helpful, so that then, if I'm inspired, I can review the video and see exactly what was said. And if I'm going to be reviewing a video, I want that experience to be super user-friendly, because frankly, if I'm going to be helping my neighbor who wants to view those minutes when they are not necessarily as technologically adept as I may be, I want it to be a friendly experience for me to help them when they may not be technology users. And so I hear that we need to upgrade potentially our agenda management system and think in terms of video integration. And you know, I think that in the long run, what I'd really like to see are summary minutes supplemented by a very simple to navigate video system. And even if YouTube just like had the chapters there, you know, that alone might be easy enough, but it sounds like we need to make sure that we have our ducks in a row with PCT if they're the archivist for us, or maybe we need to figure out a system of our own so that we can be responsible for our own documentation. And my thoughts are very much in alignment because I do see value in transitioning to best practices, but our community are one that wants to be engaged and keep engaging, and they need to have an experience in which they can easily access what happened so that they can analyze that to their satisfaction and give us robust comment therefrom. I was talking earlier about how important conversation is for contentious issues and wanting to reference when it was contentious to inform how we need to alleviate that going forward. And I think that it's important that the community have every resource available to be able to know what happened. And I look forward to converting to a sparser style of minutes when we can offer them a video record that is really easy to navigate. That's, I think, what my bottom line is. It's 10:49, and we have 2 items to get through. I think it'll be fairly straightforward figuring out library advisory. I recommend midnight.
Mayor, if I may, one thought that occurs to me, and I'll just mention this in case it, is resonates at all with any council members. One, because City Clerk Coffey and Deputy City Clerk are pretty adept at navigating the video pretty quickly. One idea is that in minutes, we could manually timestamp the different categories of items, not down to like speaker, but, hit consent item here, consent item here, just like you scroll through. So that would achieve some of that timestamping benefit. So I'd offer that up in case it resonates. But we've had comments were made about PCT. They have our meetings back to when? 2000. 2000. That's not going to change. And when we negotiate a new contract, we can put something in there that's related to that. But that's not going to change. The videos are available. And I appreciate the council's discussion and deliberation and hard thinking about the fact that we have a 2-person city clerk office that has a very intense amount of work to achieve, and we're spending dozens and dozens of hours on every meeting transcribing the minutes. So that's why this item is before you.
After one of our one-on-ones, I went by to see Emily to do some edits for a proclamation, and she was in the middle of, I think she had been up to 10 hours on our last meeting with the one hearing item, and was about midway through or some such. And so I have that visceral experience, and it's not lost on me on the one hand. On the other hand, I have a community that needs to be thoroughly addressed and needs to have the tools at their disposal to get the information that they crave. And that puts us in a position where we're deliberating accordingly, I think.
And one last clarification, I'm sorry, I wanted to add in there. In terms of accessibility issues, those are, obviously all the other cities in our region and around the state do brief summary minutes or action minutes. So the accessibility, I don't have the precise answers, maybe City Clerk Coffey does, but the accessibility issues are addressed by those systems. So that is out there and would be addressed.
Before you,
Yeah.
I think for me, a part of the answer is whatever we need to have in place, we have that in place first, and we transition second. And that, for me, is the concern. I think that we should be transitioning. I want to make sure that we have a system in place that is user-friendly to our community first, and then we transition out. Go ahead.
And just in terms of resources, I think these are, I don't disagree, and I'd like to see what the transition would look like. But in the meantime, if the city clerk's office needs more resources, then that's a budget discussion that we could have also, right? We need to empower what the community wants and needs, and we're here to represent them. And so we don't want to put the extra work on you. We want to help you be able to do the work that we need and that the community needs. I did want to ask, I know as we've been talking about, maybe changing to a whole nother system, I think I heard that we use Granicus now. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a Granicus product for our agenda management system currently.
Okay.
There are other products that are offered through Granicus.
So I think some of the videos that I've been seeing where the agenda is linked and you can actually click on an item are also done through Granicus. So there may be options that aren't a complete reinvention of our system. It might still be a different version of the software.
Yes, there are other products offered by Granicus. Any of those would require some sort of transition, which would impact, staff resources as well as IT resources, which are under-resourced currently as well.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. And then the other question we haven't really.
Can I just make a motion to extend the meeting really quickly? I could make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Okay.
I second.
Please vote.
Oh, we're not. Oh, we are?
We are.
We are.
Oh, look, this guy was
That
already-
vote passes 4-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas absent.
And then we haven't really discussed the other commission meetings, and I think Cindy Abbott brought up some good points there too. And I know, I really wanted to listen to that OSPAC meeting, but I was in an emergency preparation meeting, and I've heard there was a recording, and I'm hoping to get that. But yeah, how can, if we're just doing summary minutes or action minutes and all these different committees, how can we share that information with the community who wants to know what was discussed in more detail than those minutes are providing now? And that goes to the question of the Zoom meetings, as a possibility for OSPAC and others too.
Do we need a motion? Do you need
I mean,
further
I think,
direction?
For meetings that are audio recorded, if we received a request, we could somehow provide the audio recording to be a Public Records Act request for that. To try to change to semi-verbatim or verbatim minutes for committees and commissions would be a huge staff impact, and I wouldn't recommend that.
Can I just ask a clarifying question on that about the audio recordings? I think I read in the staff report that the audio recordings are retained for 30 days. Was that correct?
The requirement, if we do have an audio recording, is for 30 days, but according to our retention schedule, which governs our practice, it's the current year plus 2 years.
So 3 years. Okay, ish.
I'll just go back to, I still don't think that we're ready to do this transition. I think we need PCT in the room for the discussion. I think we need more information about how we can be more prepared to do the transition. I am not ready for this transition. I don't think our community is ready either.
I do think we have consensus.
Sure, what I'm hearing is if we ever get to video integration in a future year, we could re-agendize this item and maybe move towards it.
That's what I'm hearing, yes. And again, after having that experience, watching Emily's eyes bleed over the last council meeting, it's not lost on me why we are having this discussion, that legally and vis-a-vis best practices, this is not the way any other city in our county does it. But we need to address the level of engagement that our community expects. And I think that we are blessed in our community that our community wishes to engage this robustly. And we start there and we go from there. And thank you. So Moving on to item number 6, introduction of ordinance and policy on Pacifica Police Department militarized equipment in 2022 annual military equipment use report. Proposed action, move to take the following actions: waive the first reading of and introduce by title and ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, repealing and replacing Chapter 19, Acquisition and Use of Military Equipment of Title 4, Public Safety of the Pacifica Municipal Code, renewing the military equipment policy, and 2, approve the Pacifica Police Department 2022 Annual Military Equipment Use Report. CEQA, the ordinance and policy are exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, because they will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment and is not a project as defined in Section 15378 of the CEQA guidelines. Staff report, please. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Big Stick and distinguished council members. Maria Sarasua, I'm your Chief of Police. I am pleased to have with me tonight our Professional Standards Supervisor, Sergeant Vicente Romero.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak and present this evening.
You might want to pull your mic.
Oh.
Tonight, we will be providing a high-level overview of our 2022 Annual Military Equipment Report. Do you have the slide? In September of 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 481. The bill is intended to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight surrounding the acquisition and use of military equipment by state and local law enforcement agencies. This statute requires governing bodies to adopt an ordinance to approve a military equipment use policy. Governing body approval under AB 481 must take the form of an ordinance adopting a publicly released written military equipment use policy. This comprehensive policy addresses the type and quantity of equipment, capabilities, authorized uses, fiscal impact, legal and procedural rules, policy compliance, training, and how the public may register complaints. On April 11th, the Pacifica City Council approved the military equipment use policy and introduced an ordinance for the use and acquisition of military equipment by the Pacifica Police Department. The Pacifica Police Department has never requested surplus military equipment from the federal government under the 1033 program, nor do we possess equipment designed for military use. Of the 16 types of qualifying militarized equipment, the Pacifica Police Department possesses only 4 items, which include the less than lethal shotgun, pepper ball launcher, rifles, and mobile command trailer. This equipment was included in the approved militarized equipment policy, and no additional equipment has been purchased since. After the approval of the militarized equipment policy by ordinance, AB 481 requires law enforcement agencies to submit annual reports to the governing body regarding the use of the equipment, any complaints received, any internal audits or policy violations, and the associated costs. We have captured these requirements in our 2022 annual military report, and we will provide a brief overview of the usage.
As mentioned, the Pacifica Police Department possesses 4 pieces of equipment meeting the military equipment reporting requirement. Of the 4 pieces of equipment, only 2 were utilized and deployed in 2022. The 2 pieces of equipment were the mobile command trailer and less than lethal shotgun. The Pacifica Police Department currently has 1 marked police command trailer used to sustain law enforcement incidents. It is used as a mobile command post for incidents such as DUI checkpoints, major collision scenes, major crime scenes, and any other incident whereas law enforcement computers may be needed, communication equipment, and shelter is required. The command trailer was deployed at 5 events in 2022, 2 days at the DUI checkpoint, 2 days at the Pacifica Fog Fest, and 1 day at the 4th of July detail. There were no reported complaints regarding the use of this equipment. There were no reported violations of policy. There are no plans to acquire additional command trailers in the upcoming year. In 2022, the Pacifica Police Department only had 1 use of force deployment involving our military equipment. Only 1. The 1 incident involved the deployment of the less than lethal shotgun. The less than lethal tool was utilized during a report of a subject armed with a knife in a public place. The less than lethal tool was deployed twice during the incident, and the suspect was safely apprehended without further threat to the public and without further injury. This specific incident is a good example of Pacifica police officers utilizing what less than lethal force option was available to them to neutralize a potentially fatal encounter and bring it to a safe resolution with the least amount of force necessary.
Could you do me a favor? Can you define less than lethal, and what does that mean?
Well, less than lethal is it's going to be when you have a force option. Obviously, the highest force is going to be deadly force, and less than lethal would be under that. So, in other words, something that's not intended to be lethal.
What's in the shotgun that makes it less than lethal?
Thank you.
Well, the shotgun, the ammunition for the shotgun is a super sock round, which is basically a ballistic fiber-filled bag with about 40 grams of shot, little BBs. So it's a kinetic impact tool. So when it's deployed, it strikes the target, and then what happens is it causes a little bit temporary pain and discomfort, which gives the police the opportunity to take control and disarm the individual.
That's exactly what I was looking for, thanks.
So with this particular incident that I had mentioned, without the availability of the less than lethal tool, officers would have had to rely heavily on their firearms, which could have resulted in a fatal encounter. Having less than lethal force options available to officers decreases the number of fatal police interventions and is effective at reducing both officer and civilian injuries. Simply put, less than lethal force option saves lives. The Pacifica Police Department recognizes the importance and effectiveness of having less than lethal force options available to their officers. And that is why every Pacifica police unit is equipped with a less than lethal force option. This will ensure that every patrol officer will have the opportunity, when appropriate, to bring potentially dangerous situations to a safe resolution without exposing the community to unnecessary risk. There were no reported complaints regarding this use of equipment. There were no reported violations of policy, and all of the less than lethal pieces of equipment were accounted for in an internal audit. There are no plans to acquire additional less than lethal shotguns in 2023.
The second section is qualifying equipment that is owned by neighboring law enforcement agencies and rarely deployed in the city of Pacifica unless there is a request for mutual aid. Assembly Bill 481 requires permission from the governing body before collaborating with another law enforcement agency in the deployment or use of qualifying military equipment within their jurisdiction. To increase transparency, I expanded our militarized equipment inventory to now include the qualifying equipment owned by the San Bruno Police Department and the Daly City Police Department. We work in collaboration with these agencies when requesting mutual aid assistance. In 2022, our public safety services in Pacifica were enhanced using unmanned aerial systems owned by the San Bruno Police Department. We utilized this asset during 5 incidents in 2022. These incidents consisted of search and rescue efforts, traffic mitigation during Fog Fest, and the apprehension of fleeing felons. One example I'd like to share with you was on March 7th, 2022, at 2:30 a.m. The San Bruno Police Department assisted us during a search for 2 suspects who fled from a vehicle pursuit following a hit-and-run collision on Oceana Boulevard near Paloma Avenue. The suspects fled on foot across the freeway into a neighborhood near the campus of Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School. The heat-detecting camera on the unmanned aerial system located both suspects, who were taken into custody for possession of a stolen vehicle, evading police, and 2 outstanding arrest warrants for auto theft. The use of unmanned aerial systems is requested when the lawful use may increase safety to officers or would be a more efficient way of searching an area. We have strict policies concerning the deployment of unmanned aerial systems in Pacifica, which adhere to privacy laws. Absent a warrant or exigent circumstances, operators shall not intentionally record any location where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy. We do not conduct random surveillance under any circumstances. The Pacifica Police Department, Daly City Police Department, and Broadmoor Police Department participate in a regional SWAT team. While the equipment in Section 2 of our militarized equipment inventory is not purchased, owned, or maintained by the Pacifica Police Department, it could be used in the city of Pacifica if our regional SWAT team was activated. The deployment of this regional SWAT team would be in extreme circumstances, such as an active threat incident, hostage situation, barricaded subject, or the execution of a high-risk search or arrest warrant. The equipment our regional SWAT team possesses is rarely deployed, but could prove essential to emergency operations when needed. The Daly City SWAT team was not deployed in 2022. Thank you. The Pacifica Police Department did not purchase any additional militarized equipment since the approval of the policy in April of last year. We are not requesting approval to purchase nor acquire any new militarized equipment in 2023.
Assembly Bill 481 requires police departments to hold a well-publicized community engagement meeting releasing the annual military equipment report, where members of the public can discuss and ask questions regarding our militarized equipment. The Pacifica Police Department made the military report available to the public on June 2nd of this year on the department website and on all Pacifica PD social media platforms. The community engagement meeting was held within the required 30 days on June 14th of this year at a local coffee shop in the city of Pacifica. The police department also incorporated a coffee with a cop event at the coffee shop to encourage more members of the public to attend the community engagement. Police personnel set up a table inside a coffee shop and had copies of the annual report available for the public to review and offer them a cup of coffee as well. During the event, police personnel met with several members of the public and addressed a variety of questions regarding the military equipment report and equipment usage. The event went very well. Officers engaged with community members and answered questions not only about the military report, but also other concerns and questions they had regarding their police department. Additionally, we also met with community groups, specifically the Chiefs Advisory Panel. We provided the members copies of the annual report and had a very productive discussion regarding our military equipment. They gave us great feedback, and it really helped us get a better understanding of the community's point of view as it relates to military equipment.
And finally, tonight, we are asking our City Council to renew the military equipment use policy by repealing and replacing the existing ordinance for the acquisition and use of military equipment. The replacement ordinance refers to the policy and includes a website link to access the policy in its entirety. We are also asking for the approval of the Pacifica Police Department Military Equipment Use Annual Report for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, have you any questions?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have one. I'm not sure if I understood properly, and thank you for your excellent presentation, both of you. So, why are we repealing the old ordinance? This is the ordinance that was just approved last year, right? And I think I understood you that it was to authorize the use of the unmanned aerial systems and the SWAT team so that you don't have to get permission somehow if you want to use them, or right now you have to get permission, but this would allow you to have control over when those were used. Did I understand that properly?
Right. So to increase transparency, we're expanding our inventory to include the equipment that may be used within our jurisdiction should we request mutual aid assistance.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions? Let's go to public comment. I have no cards in front of me. Emily?
There are no raised hands.
Pausing for a moment. Okay, so no raised hands, no cards. We are going to close public comment, bring it back to council for questions, deliberation, or a motion. Councilmember Beer.
Thank you for everything, for protecting our community. You mentioned the chief advisory, so I'm hoping at some point I could get more information about how that's going, and I would just love to hear from maybe some of the members of the chief advisory just how it's going. My only comment. All right, I'll make a motion. Wait, I need my glasses. It's late. Okay, I'd make a motion to waive the first reading of and introduce by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica repealing and replacing Chapter 19, Acquisition and Use of Military Equipment of Title 4, Public Safety of the Pacifica Municipal Code, renewing the military equipment policy, and approve the Pacifica Police Department 2022 Annual Military Equipment Use Report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Did I vote? Oh, I didn't vote. I pushed the wrong button.
That explains the light.
And with the motion made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer, the vote passes 4-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas absent.
Thank you very much for this report. More importantly, thank you for keeping our community safe.
Thank you.
That brings us to item number 7, appointment of members to the Library Advisory Committee. Proposed action, move to 1, appoint a minimum of 7 and maximum of 9 applicants to at-large positions on the Library Advisory Committee, specifying the terms for each. 2, designate 1 council member to serve as primary liaison to the Library Advisory Committee and 1 council member to serve as an alternate liaison. And 3, provide direction to staff and make specific determinations with regards to the selection of 3 to 5 non-voting ex officio members of the Library Advisory Committee. Can we have a staff report, please?
Mayor and council members, the City Council meeting held on June 26, 2023. The council took action to disband the Library Advisory Committee that had not met since prior to the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, and review the charter of the Library Advisory Committee, adopted a new resolution amending the charter, and directed staff to open a recruitment for Library Advisory Committee members. The city recruited for Library Advisory Committee members for 7 to 9 at-large community members from a broad cross-section of the community to serve as voting members. And the council directed future selection of 3 to 5 non-voting ex officio members for the Library Advisory Committee. The council also had discussion at that time regarding potential recruitment and seating of youth members of the Library Advisory Committee as one of the at-large community member positions. With the recruitment for the at-large positions on the Library Advisory Committee, opportunities were posted on the city's website at the Civic Center located at the Community Center, published in the Pacifica Tribune, and published in the weekly Connect with Pacifica e-newsletter. Copies of the recruitment notice were also provided to the Pacifica libraries and posted on the city's Facebook and Nextdoor social media channels. The opportunities were also presented through the City of Pacifica's Youth Advisory Board. Unfortunately, the recruitment happened during the summer recess for the schools, so no outreach could be made through the local high schools at that time. At the culmination of the recruitment, the city had received 11 timely applications. No youth applications were received at that time. Interviews were conducted by the City Council at a special City Council meeting held on August 15th. The list of the applicants for the Library Advisory Committee to consider for appointing to the 7 to 9 at-large seats is included in the agenda packet. And so the City Council is requested at this time to deliberate to make a motion to name individuals, 7 to 9 individuals, to the at-large positions on the Library Advisory Committee. At the time of deliberation in the June 26th meeting, no duration of term was specified. So staff is recommending that, similar to other committees, that appointments be made for staggered terms, to appoint half of the members to a 2-year term to expire in October 2025, and the other half of the members to a 4-year term to expire in October 2027. This would provide for when those terms come to expiration that we're not replacing a full committee at that time. An alternative, the council may choose to appoint less than the maximum number of 9 at-large community members, for example, 7 or 8 members, and reserve 1 or 2 appointments for an additional future recruitment where we can target outreach to youth through the high schools since they're back in session. Also, the City Council is requested to designate a primary council liaison to the Library Advisory Committee, and with the option of designating an alternate liaison to the Library Advisory Committee. And finally, the City Council is requested to provide further direction to staff on the appointment of 3 to 5 non-voting ex officio members, to specify from which groups those ex officio members council wishes to appoint from. That concludes my staff report. Open to any council member questions.
I think we need to extend the meeting. Yeah. So I move that we extend it to 11:45.
So I do want to spend at least a few minutes around youth.
Yeah.
I would recommend midnight just to make sure that we don't have to worry about time again. I'm not saying we'll stay here till midnight.
Oh, okay, I second.
Yeah.
Oh, vote.
Is that,
I make a
Yes,
motion
yes.
that we extend to midnight, she seconds.
okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Motion to extend the meeting to midnight passes 4-0 with Vaterlos absent.
Thank you, Garrett, for bearing with us. So, council, questions of staff? So my question is around the youth component. Staff report says that we weren't able to outreach to the high schoolers because school wasn't in session. I have interest in doubling back around to see if we can pick up a couple of youth. I think my suggestion on the other side might be something like a 0.7 and then leave 2 open for a couple of youth. I think from the staff report, my understanding was if we are to leave a couple, 1 or 2 spaces open for youth, then we would probably appoint them when we do interviews for a group of other committees and commissions and lump it all. Am I?
We do have some expiring terms on other committees that would expire in October. So we're looking at opening recruitment for those very shortly and can conduct recruitment for youth applicants for the Library Advisory Committee to be appointed with those other October expiring terms.
Okay, so presumably we'd begin the LAC with, for the sake of example, 7 members, and then the other 2 would join on. It wouldn't delay any timelines?
No, if we have the minimum of 7 members, that would not delay any timelines for kicking off a meeting of Library Advisory Committee.
And just to be clear, those are non-voting?
They're voting.
The youth members, if contemplated, would be voting members of the committee.
Okay, good. Great, thanks.
Would another option for us to appoint 7 with 2 backups in case we weren't able to recruit youth? Because I feel like there's a lot of work to do and, outreach to the community and so forth. And if we don't get the youth, I would hate to necessarily limit the number to 7.
I can offer that a survey was put out to the Youth Advisory Board, and they were prompted for how many youth seats on the committee they would like to see. They kind of had split responses between 1 seat and 2 seats, so it looked like it was not definite whether it was interested from the youth to have like a full 2 seats on the committee. They also expressed that the length of the term that they would prefer would be a limited 1-year term. And they did express some concerns with juggling of other activities that youth are involved in.
I think the question, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to suggest one, regarding that issue, one option the council could consider is holding the 2 spots, do recruitment, and if the recruitment doesn't generate any candidates, the direction you could give tonight is if it doesn't generate at least 2 qualified candidates, if there's 2 positions, then rather than coming back to the council, we just roll the recruitment over and bring back to council the other remaining applicants here to select 2 from. So it would be a pretty quick turnaround, I think, if that were the option.
Mary has it.
Do you have a question?
Are we not able to appoint 9 and save 2 and add 2 seats for youth?
Now we're talking about an 11-member, no, and because of the resolution specifically, I'm going to
Okay,
look
I'm
to
just
city attorney
curious.
for confirmation.
Okay. Just making sure.
That's correct.
I have to look back at my voting now.
We'd have to agendize changing the resolution, I think, yeah. Okay.
Can I just clarify, the feedback from the youth was a preference for one-year terms, did you say?
Yes, they were prompted for whether they would be interested in a 1-year or 2-year term, and all of them responded that the interest was in a 1-year term.
Okay, if there's no further questions from council, we'll turn it over to public comment. I have no cards,
I have no raised hands.
no raised hands. Our diehard is not jumping out of his seat, so we will bring it back to council, close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberation. I certainly favor leaving it open for the 2 youth, and if we don't get 2 youth, then we can open it up one more time for 2 more members. We appoint 7 tonight.
In light of the youth's preference for one-year terms, if I could ask the city clerk what your recommendation is regarding the 4-year versus 2-year terms, and your request that we do half and half.
Is that question under the context of 7, 9, or either way?
Under the context of 9, 2 of which would be reserved for student positions, but what we've heard is they would prefer a 1-year term, not a 2-year term. So how do we divvy up, I guess, and allocate terms to the remaining seats?
So I would suggest if we're contemplating appointing 7 members at this time, to appoint 3 to a 2-year term and 4 to a 4-year term.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I have one other question. With regard to ex officio positions, their key stakeholder groups are listed, are suggestions. I'm wondering if there's room to discuss other possible groups.
Yes, the nature and content of the ex officio members were not discussed in further detail at the last meeting, so that is under the purview of council to discuss tonight.
I don't think we got to that. Thank you.
We could always save that discussion for later, but now I'm curious which other groups you had in mind.
Do you want me to say now?
Yeah, we're deliberating.
Pacifica Mothers Club as one. Possibly a representative from one or more of the PTOs at our schools. I'm sure there are others that aren't coming to mind at this moment. Oh, Seniors in Action.
Okay, should we start with the 7 appointments and move down the line one by one, or randomize it?
Can I just say one thing about the outreach to the youth? Could you make sure that the librarians at the high schools get the outreach? Because I know that they are super close with the kids who are hanging out in the libraries, so.
Yes, and the principals.
Okay, so what I have in mind is similar to the way we did an out loud poll of what our preferences were. We just go down the line and state them out loud. Like, what are your top 7?
I was like, where's my paper?
Because I had top 9, so I have to think about this for a second.
Sure, no problem.
Someone else can go first.
We can start on Christine's end, perhaps?
Sure, I can go. And I just want to remind us all, too, that we're looking for a balance that include families with children, seniors, Sharp Park residents, service organizations, environmental organizations, and youth we've just talked about. But I have Cindy Abbott, Erin Dice, Ann Hitz, Shiraz Karmaz, Kathy Long, Tina Wermeister, and Remy Tan.
You ready for me?
I am.
All right. Going down the list on packet page 315, Cindy Abbott, Aaron Deese, Ann Hitz, Jennifer Lavin.
Lavin.
Say it.
I want to say it in the Jerry Lewis accent, which
No,
is
don't
it's
do
like,
that.
it's
Just
Clavin.
Clavin. Thank you. Kathy Long, David Secula, and Tina Wermeister.
Mine were Cindy Abbott, Aaron Deese, Ann Hitz, Jennifer Clavin, Kathy Long, Dave Sekula, and Tina Wermeister.
Okay. Mine are Cindy Abbott, Aaron Deese, Cindy Abbott, Aaron Deese, Jennifer Lavin, Kathy Long, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 2 more. Is that correct? Tina Wermeister and Lawrence Niemeyer. Did I say 7?
Yes, you said 7.
Okay.
Okay. So the top 7 that I've tallied are Cindy Abbott with 4, Aaron Deese with 4, Ann Hitz with 3, Jennifer Clavin with 3, Kathy Long with 4, Dave Sekula with 2, and Tina Wermeister with 4. City Clerk, does that comport with what you have?
That tracks with my notes.
I would like to just advocate for a couple of people. I don't know if that's appropriate. If I think the only family with children at home was Shiraz Karmaz, and he also is really tech savvy in terms of the communication piece and so forth. That could be really helpful. And then Remy Tan, and we've talked about this before, but the project, he's an architect, and the project is really going to need to look at cost savings and maybe the parking reconfiguration, looking at the soils report, looking at sustainability issues, and so he brings something here that is not otherwise on the group. So just want to throw that out there.
I also considered Remy just because he's applying for so many things. He really wants to participate. If I had 9 slots, then Remy definitely would have been in one of those slots.
So I recommend making the motion then for the 7 who had the top votes. So I will move that we appoint Cindy Abbott to a 4-year, Aaron Deese to a 4-year, Ann Hitz to a 4-year, Jennifer Lavin to 2 years. I'm sorry, I'm going to say that again. I move that we appoint Cindy Abbott to 4 years, Aaron Deese to 4 years, Ann Hitz to 2 years, Jennifer Lavin to 2 years, Kathy Long to 2 years, Dave Sekula to 4 years, and Tina Wermeister to 4 years.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, please vote.
The vote passes 4-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Butterlos absent. The motion was to appoint Cindy Abbott to a 4-year term, Aaron Deese to a 4-year term, Ann Hitz to a 4-year term, to a 2-year term, Jennifer Lavin to a 2-year term, Kathy Long to a 2-year term, Dave Sekula to a 4-year term, Tina Wermeister to a 4-year term. The motion made by Mayor Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Beer.
And I do just want to say that that was really hard, super hard. Like if we could have taken everybody, that would have just been the best thing because the people that came out were extremely motivated and connected to libraries, and so it was really hard.
It was 11 really good candidates. It's important to us, I think, that we have youth representation, which brought it down to 7 members we're appointing tonight. There's a chance that we don't get the youth we're looking for, in which case please reapply, and we will have more committee and commission spaces open, so please reapply.
Wait, time out. I thought the city manager was proposing we don't need a reapplication.
Yeah, I was going to suggest, and I wanted to get the council's direction on it. If we don't get viable youth candidates, one option would be to not have reapplications and just select from those here that haven't been selected for those last 2 seats.
I think that's a really
And it would
good
be a
idea.
quicker process that way, too.
I'd be okay with that.
I would appreciate that.
Okay, no problem. Sounds good to me. Okay, 1 down, 2 to go. Designate 1 council member to serve as primary liaison to library advisory and 1 council member to serve as alternate liaison.
I move that Sue Beckmeyer is the liaison. Wait, did I say that
I
right?
second that.
The primary liaison. That's all I have so far. Oh, and Christine Bowles.
Yep.
As the secondary liaison.
I'd be happy to serve that if you like.
We have a primary and a second. And do we have a second to the motion? Are you moved?
I moved, yes.
You moved?
We need a second.
Well, you know.
Our names are on it, so it should be Tiger.
You could second.
I will second that motion. Motion and a second, please vote.
And the motion to designate Councilmember Beckmeyer as the primary and Councilmember Bowles as the alternate, made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Mayor Big Stick, passes with a vote of 4-0, absent Mayor Pro Tem Butterlos.
Okay, so 3rd on the list, provide direction to staff and make specific determinations with regard to the selection of 3 to 5 non-voting ex officio members of the Library Advisory Committee. Given the breadth of possibilities, I favor 5 ex officio members. And after that, I'm listening to who y'all think are good members, or if you agree with me that 5 is the number.
Yeah, I think we're going to need 5. And I definitely think that it would be helpful to have at least one person who's experienced with campaigns.
Outreach.
Outreach, I mean outreach. It's late.
I know.
Excuse me.
Which group are you thinking is well-equipped for outreach?
While Mary's thinking, I was speaking to Cindy Abbott at one point about the library and the connections to the Parks, Beach, and Rec, and all the spaces that will, in the library, that will also be used by those programs. And so I think having someone from that commission would be great. And given that we don't have anybody with young children that we've appointed tonight so far, I like the idea of the Pacifica Mothers Club.
Did you say Parks, Beaches, and Rec should be represented?
Yes.
Cindy's.
Right, so the only reason I'm going to disagree with that as an ex officio is because we just appointed Cindy Abbott to a 4-year term.
But will she necessarily stay on Parks Beach? I know she's there now, but,
She's been there for a very long time.
okay.
That, and I think that even if she were to happen not to be on it going forward, which I don't foresee, I think that she has so much experience with Park, Beaches, and Rec that we're getting 2 for 1 in that. And frankly, we're getting 5 for 1 in her appointment. I feel like she is plenty representation no matter how we slice it.
That's fine with me, yeah.
What about like Friends of the Library?
Yeah. I agree with that.
I don't know who they are.
Oh, the book sales?
Okay.
And the Friends of the Library's actually been around way longer than the Pacifica Library Foundation was.
Okay.
Very, very well-versed in all things planning for a new library.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you already say Jefferson Union High School District?
Not out loud. In my head.
Yeah, no,
Pick-
I agree with that.
I must be hearing things.
Mayor, if I may, I think one of the assumptions staff was making regarding the ex officio is that the bodies themselves would select who is representing them, who is participating, right? And so my question is, I know some other groups were mentioned, and I don't know all the groups like the Mothers Club, whether they actually have a selection or voting structure or how that would work, and maybe it, because I don't think the council is selecting individuals.
No.
They're saying, hey, Jefferson Union High School District, please select someone to
Right.
send to our group, right?
Yes. So we have three, right? Pacifica Mothers Club, Pacifica Friends of the Library, and Jefferson Union High School District.
And Pacifica School District.
Well, it all depends on when the meeting is, because I think we've had a long
That's you anyway.
history of them not being able to fill the seat.
Yeah, okay.
And not that I'm saying they aren't invited to try, but I want someone there.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to supply anyone, based on the fact that our meetings were on Wednesday night, some Wednesday of the month, which their meetings aren't fixed the way ours are. So it kept rolling and landing on, they had a council meeting night, trustee meeting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so even if they were to try to find senior staff, they were all busy with the meeting too and stuff like that. That's been the experience in the past. That doesn't mean it would happen in the future. Before we go there, I would like to suggest Seniors in Action.
Oh, yeah. I like that a lot.
So the four groups that have been mentioned or listed that I have left to select from, the one are PTOs, Pacifica School District, which it sounds like we're leaning away from right now, EDC, and planning.
So maybe we could lump PTOs and Pacifica School District together, kind of. I'm thinking PTOs from Pacifica School District. So maybe if we were to get a PTO person, they could act as liaison back to the school board and to the administration? Is that too far of a stretch?
No, I like that, because the Mothers Club is young children, right, up to 6, and then we have the high school kids, but a representation of
Yeah,
elementary.
we've got to
and
figure out a
middle.
way to get the school district involved.
Yeah.
But since I personally, well, we haven't really talked about the day and time and location of the meeting, but
I do have some concern, and I need further guidance on the idea of selecting PTOs, because there are several different PTOs with different schools. So I would question how to go about outreach and asking one of those to designate a person amongst all of them.
Good point. In the past, and again, we have Dr. Williams, and so I don't know how she's planning to go forward, but in the past, there's been a group that I can't remember what, I think Dr. Olson called it the president's group or something like that. And it was a group of the PTO presidents that met with the superintendent. So I'm thinking maybe through that mechanism.
So do the PTOs have some involvement in presenting or through the school board? I'm just wondering if the school board would be the one to select somebody, a representative from one of the PTOs.
Oh, so suggesting to the school board, if they can't fill it with, an idea might be maybe somebody from one of the PTOs.
That the selection can be made by the Pacifica School District, but they may offer forth
Right.
somebody from a PTO.
Right. That's a reasonable way to go, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have 5. I just want to put this out there because you would know better than I would. Economic Development Committee.
Yeah, I would love to see them engaged. I think there's enough interest on the part of some of the members I'm thinking of that they might just show up anyway. But I think just on the face of it, as Mary was, I think you were alluding to, I really think we have to have the involvement of our schools. So I feel like, well, those are, you know, somehow both school districts, right?
And I think EDC, I just think they're stretched thin as it is, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Just wanted to throw it out for discussion
There's
for
a
a
big
half minute.
chunk.
We can
still-
invite
That's
'em.
still going to be engaged with Pride already, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's going
on
to be
the
an
board.
ongoing thing. And then we just talked all about OSPAC tonight.
Lauren's just got it on the board of Pride.
Oh, cool. Okay, so maybe, yeah. I think the 5 that we've come up with are the strongest, in my view,
Me too.
to incorporate.
Okay, I agree. Christine, are you good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let me just repeat that the 5 that I heard for ex officio to reach out to is the Pacifica Friends of the Library, the Pacifica Mothers Club, Jefferson Union High School District, Pacifica School District, who may select someone from a PTO as their representative, and Seniors in Action. Is that correct?
So are we suggesting of PSD that they select someone from the PTO, or are we totally leaving it up to their?
I was thinking that it might be, especially because Dr. Williams is new, that we could offer, you know, the suggestion that it could also be filled by someone from one of the PTOs that they would select through whatever means they want to do it. Because I think she'll get feedback from her board that corresponds with what I said a minute ago, that, yeah, but we can never make the meetings. So.
If the messages are sent as they can be heard, sounds good to me.
Okay.
Staff has what they need. Okay.
Yes, we have the direction that we need.
The time is 11:51. Meeting adjourned.